Footballer. It'll now be known as the Edson Arantes do Nascimento Rei Pelé, King Pelé in Portuguese. And in the America's Cup, sport's oldest international competition, the holders Team New Zealand and the challengers Luna Rossa of Italy have shared the first two races in this year's contest. The New Zealand yacht comfortably won the opening leg off Auckland, but the Italians came back to take the second race. BBC News.
Thank you for the latest news update. Hello, welcome. You are listening to Newsday, BBC World Service. James Copnell and Claire MacDonald with you. Thanks for joining us. Coming up in the next half hour, we'll talk shortly about the mysterious disappearances of hundreds of people in Uganda following the recent election there. Also, more on the situation in Senegal, which has seen days of unrest sparked by the arrest of popular opposition leader Ousmane Sonko. And we'll also be talking about Jumia. It's the online retail giant known as Africa's Amazon. Online sales have boomed for most companies since the pandemic began. So the question is, why has this particular company posted mixed results for 2020? We'll be finding out here on Newsday.
In Uganda, hundreds of people have disappeared after being arrested at campaign rallies, picked up from their streets or their homes 2 months after a highly contested election. Many of them are said to be opposition supporters, taken in clandestine security operations in the dead of the night during and immediately after the presidential elections last January. There's growing pressure on the government to release them. The BBC's Patience Atuhaire has been meeting affected families and reports from Kyotera, south of Kampala.
Anger, frustration, hopelessness. There are about 30 people at this meeting and each one is missing at least one family member. On the night of January 8, 2021, armed and masked men in police uniforms descended on Kisamula village just outside of Chotera town. They went from house to house, carrying out arrests. 18 young men were taken that night, and none of them has been seen or heard from since. Teddy Naluswata and her husband Ronald Muwonge had a loud bang on the door at around 3 a.m.
There were very many. They knocked and ordered my husband to open up. He said he couldn't open without knowing who was on the other side. They banged on the door. They said they were police. I rushed to the door, told him to get dressed. He only managed to get trousers on. The door flung open, and one of the men pushed a gun to my ribs and told me to get out of the way. They dragged Mwonge out and threw him down in the grass, beating him.
She arrived at the police station in the morning and found friends and neighbors also waiting there with similar stories. Many of those arrested across the country are said to have been supporters of popular politician Robert Kyagulanyi, known as Bobi Wine. His party, the National Unity Platform, has published a list of 423 of his supporters who they say were forcefully disappeared. The security personnel that came to John Kiwanuka's house cut through the metal door at the front, knocking off some of the locks, knocking off a bit of the wall on the side of the door. The glass windows cracked and crashed to the ground. There's also a hole in the ceiling. It appears they broke into the ceiling as part of their search. After John had been taken, the next morning, friends and relatives who came to his house found a pool of blood on the floor of his bedroom. Kiwanuka's aunt, Margaret Nalinya, recalls how she reacted when she arrived at his house that morning.
When I saw the pool of blood, there was one thought in my mind. My child is dead. They have killed him. I just walked out and sat on the veranda, unable to move any further. We went to the police and we were told they don't know anything. I want my son back. If he's dead, I will just bury him.
As the public outcry intensified and local media reported this story, some detainees have started to be released, many dumped in bushes near their villages, barely hanging on to life in some cases. Julius Chiberu is still nursing his injuries after spending 2 months in detention. On November 21st, he got out of a commuter taxi and, without realizing it, headed straight into a security sweep at his local trading center in Kisowera, east of the capital Kampala. He says he tried to run and duck from gunshots, only to be grabbed by 2 armed men in plain clothes and thrown into a van.
They threw me and others in a room. That is when the beating started. They asked me again and again, "Where's the gun? Are you rebels? Did you tear down the president's campaign posters?" I was blindfolded so I couldn't see, but I think sometimes I was beaten with a stick, other times with an electric wire. Sometimes they would make us lie down in a line and walk on our backs with heavy boots. I prayed to God and said, "I have dedicated my children to you."
Other former detainees told local media that they had been electrocuted or forced to eat rotten food. According to Ugandan law, suspects under detention must be taken to court uncharged or released within 48 hours. But security agencies rarely respect this rule, and many of those arrested during the elections have been held for months. Last week, the Minister for Internal Affairs, General J.J. Odongo, presented to Parliament a list of names of 176 people in military detention. But activists believe the figure to be much higher. None of those missing from Chotera whose families we spoke to are on that list. The Minister told Parliament that investigations will continue, but admitted to the BBC that the security forces are at fault.
The acts that were being alleged to have been performed could easily have been performed by official operatives, but who acted in a manner that is not permissible by law. That's why I call it overzealous. There are certain circumstances when you do not get the privilege to exercise the law as it is. You act in the heat of the moment, and many of these cases have occurred in that manner. For example, a number of individuals were arrested during the period of riots. There was no time to say, "I am so and so, I am arresting you for this," in the middle of a riot.
Many Ugandans, however, believe the disappearances are part of a planned operation by the government to crack down on the opposition. For hundreds of relatives of the disappeared across the country, the actions of the security agencies during these months have left lifelong scars.
Our Uganda correspondent Patience Atuhaire reporting there.
Newsday BBC World Service. Jumia, the online retail giant known as Africa's Amazon, is eyeing up expansion across the continent. Now, that's despite financial fortunes last year taking a bit of a dip. Let's talk this through with Ron Karamara, Chief Executive Officer for Jumia. Welcome to Newsday.
Hello. Good morning.
It's great to have you on the programme. We were just saying, in the last year with the pandemic, we've all been shopping online. You would expect any online retailer to have done very well in 2020. So explain to us why Jumia has taken a bit of a dip.
Well, I wouldn't agree that Jumia has taken a little bit of a dip. What we saw in 2020 was a high rate of adoption for customers. We saw a high rate of adoption for big brands and big vendors who have come to the platform. And overall, last year, Jumia made a huge stride towards becoming profitable. And if you look at our last quarterly report, we cut our losses by almost 47% year over year in Q4 of last year. And so obviously we've seen a shift in consumer demand. And also we've shifted strategically as a business to rebalance our business mix to be more relevant to our consumers, especially during the age of COVID, whereby we've had to give our customers more things that are essential needs, groceries, health, beauty, rather than electronics, which dominated the platform in the previous years. So overall, we've seen a huge stride towards profitability. So 2020 was a strong year for e-commerce, not just Jumia, but across the board.
Yes. So, I mean, quarter on quarter, you're seeing a bounce, but, the gross operating surplus was down 13% from 2019. So this kind of repositioning, how confident are you that it is going to work? Where else are you trying to reach?
Well, I think that our immediate priority has always been to become profitable, and we're on our way to making that happen. And obviously, we're always looking at other areas of expansion, other areas of opportunity. You've mentioned, for example, Ethiopia. That's a very interesting market. We're looking at Congo, DRC, where the middle class is growing rapidly. There's Angola, which has done very well as well. So immediately we're looking at profitability. We're looking at becoming more relevant to our consumers and our vendors. We're looking at scaling up our payment platform. We're scaling up our logistics platform as well that caters to third-party consumers and customers and businesses. But of course, strategically as a business, we're always looking at opportunities to expand. But that's not our immediate priority now.
How difficult is that? I know you want to move into areas like the DRC, Ethiopia, Angola as well. How hard is it strategically to do that on the ground? Because it's one thing having the online platform and having all of that apparatus, but getting goods to people would be quite problematic in certain parts of those countries, one would have thought. How are you sorting that problem out?
Well, what we've done as Jumia is adapting our business to the challenges of our markets. We knew very well when we opened Jumia that logistics are always a challenge, payments are always a challenge, the supply chain is difficult. And over the years, we've invested a lot of money and resources and talent in building this. We have our own payment solution called Jumia Pay. We have our own logistics service called Jumia Logistics. And we've built strong partnerships with the biggest brands across the markets. So we think that expansion at this point, when it happens, again, it's not the highest priority. When it happens, will find us in a better position because we've already built all the fundamentals we need to be able to scale within our countries and expand to new countries.
Good to talk to you. Thank you for joining us on Newsday, BBC World Service. Ron Karamara, the Chief Executive Officer of Jumia, known as Africa's Amazon.
You're listening to Newsday from the BBC World Service with Claire and James. Some of our main headlines right now. A survey of young Syrians has highlighted the devastating impact of 10 years of civil war on their lives. Friends and family members killed, homes lost and education curtailed. Security forces in Myanmar have attempted to force striking rail workers to return to work. The renowned Maracana Stadium in Brazil is to be renamed to honour the country's greatest ever footballer, Pelé. And quite a few of you have been reacting to our interview on the repercussions of that interview by Meghan and Harry about the British royal family. Martin Manuel Rugol in Uganda says he doesn't understand how Meghan can be lonely as she's with her husband. He's confused. He finds it difficult to understand her ordeal. And Ansu Lansana in Freetown, Sierra Leone, says when Meghan married Prince Harry, the world heaved a sigh of relief that Martin Luther King's dream that one day black children will be judged not by the colour of their skin, but by the content of their character had come true. But the royals' concern over young Archie's skin tone burst the bubble. Ansu says, always welcome your thoughts on anything you hear on the programme. Our number for text is +44 77 86 20 50 85.
And we have to remember the royal family have put out a statement in the last 24 hours saying of incidents within, alleged in that interview that happened within the royal family, recollections may vary. They say they take any kind of racial overtones that they felt were happening within the royal family very seriously, but clearly they're saying there are two sides to this story. Let's get all the sports stories now. Here's James.
Thank you very much. A couple of sports lines to bring you from last night's action before a big interview coming up here on Newsday. Cristiano Ronaldo's Juventus have suffered a shock Champions League exit at the hands of 10-man Porto. Great exciting game that, and also Borussia Dortmund are into the quarter-finals after their two-legged win over Sevilla. Later on, Liverpool play against German side RB Leipzig, leading 2-0 from the away leg. Jurgen Klopp, meanwhile, the Liverpool boss, has ruled himself out of replacing Jogi Löw as the Germany coach. Löw has announced that he will leave the role at the end of the European Championships later on this year. Klopp says, though, he signed a contract and he sticks to it. We'll be taking a greater look at German football in general next hour here on the programme. An exclusive interview to bring you this morning. First, cricket. And South Africa has their first permanent black captain. Temba Bavuma will lead the Proteas in the next two T20 World Cups and the 50-over World Cup in 2023. He's the latest black player in South African sport to be handed the captain's armband. In 2017, Thulani Hashweo became the captain of the national football team. And in 2018, of course, Siya Kolisi was made captain of the country's rugby union team, and he led the Springboks to victory at the 2019 World Cup. Well, I spoke to Themba Bavuma and from his home in Johannesburg, where he's been enjoying the captaincy news with his nearest and dearest.
Yeah, the family is over the moon, I guess. I guess they would like to share the moment with me as much as I can. I guess for them it means a lot more. For them, I guess for me it's just another moment, having realized the dream. But for them it means a lot more. Yeah, they're over the moon.
I know you appreciate and you understand the significance of becoming South Africa's first black African captain. Have you had any chance to think more about that? Perhaps, you know, since you've been with your family, perhaps it's sunk in a little bit more and it's maybe taken you back to where it all first started.
Being in one space with my family, getting to see their joy, getting to understand where their joy is coming from, getting to interact with some members of my community where I grew up really does strengthen significance behind the whole moment. I guess it's not something that is oblivious to me. It's not lost to me. I understand it all. It's a big responsibility, to be honest. But in saying that, I guess I feel blessed to kind of have this responsibility bestowed upon me, and it's something that I'll be taking on my stride as I have throughout my career.
You're obviously proud of that and the captaincy, like you say, but you're taken away from the fact that you are the first black South African cricket captain. I mean, you just want to get going in terms of being a great captain, don't you? That's what it's all about initially.
To be honest, when I was offered the job, I was quite speechless as it came at a point in my career where I wasn't expecting it. My mind wasn't on it, to be honest with you. Being offered the position, it was a no-brainer. I don't think any aspiring cricketer would turn it down. And I guess, my immediate thoughts was, here's an opportunity for me to, like you said, create a legacy, to do something with the team that is potentially never done before. And I took it upon as something that is just another chapter in my journey. I've enjoyed my journey so far. It's had its ups, it's had its downs, but I've enjoyed navigating around it all. It's not lost to anyone here within the country that our performances haven't been to the standard in a consistent point, at least, where we are expected. So I think for me, first and foremost, would be to try instill that necessary team morale to boost the confidence within the team.
In the same way that Siya Kolisi's had a profound impact and an almost fairy tale impact as a black captain of the Springboks, something like that's got to be on your mind, because that was a fairy tale happening, wasn't it, with the World Cup? I mean, look, I don't want to draw too many comparisons because obviously it's different sports and you're very different people. But it's got to be something that's on your mind. It's got to be something that's, you're very socially aware. That's obviously something that you must have thought of.
I think just plainly as a cricketer, we know as cricketers, for South Africa, that's the one thing that we've been missing. That's always something that comes up in our conversations amongst the team. So, I have that opportunity as a captain to potentially lead those guys to that. So, that's something that I'll be really trying to do.
Well, Themba, it's been a real pleasure talking to you for the BBC. I wish you all the best of luck and I hope to see you soon.
Thank you, James. Thanks for the time, man.
Themba Bavuma there with us here on Newsday. He, of course, is the first black African cricket captain for South Africa, following in the footsteps of Siya Kolisi, who, of course, won the World Cup. Could Bavuma lead the Proteas to victory in 3 World Cups that are coming up in the next 2 years in cricket? More sport on Newsday and coming up in the next hour, and, of course, more online as ever at bbc.com/sport.
Young Senegalese have had enough. Many of them are angry about the impact the pandemic has had on their pockets, but also at the way their president has been running the country. So when a popular opposition leader was arrested and charged with rape, they went out and protested. They said the charges were nothing more than a high-level conspiracy to stop him running in future elections. But is there any evidence to back that up? In today's episode of the Africa Daily podcast, Alan Kasujja has been speaking to the BBC's Lela C to get some answers.
Tension, tension we usually don't live with. Tension because the youth is out, despite their parents telling them not to go out, not to go and protest. There's also a lot of fear because what looked like a sex scandal is now, the reason for looting, for repression, the reason for overall tension. There's something that the youth is not happy about, and the only way they found to express it is by violence. And that means somewhere they feel that they've not been listened to, or their people that are ruling them are not there for them.
So these protests are unusual from what you're saying, therefore?
They're very unusual. Senegalese are Pacific people, and in a few days, 4 to 8 people died, mainly young people. And we're not used to see that. They're not used to seeing Senegalese fighting other Senegalese. They take pride in being described as the most democratic, the most Pacific country, the most stable country in West Africa. So the tension that has risen these past days is like shattering, the perfect image Senegal portrays outside.
Just take us to the beginning of the protest. I know we're going back and forth, but it was important for us to understand the context. Tell us about Ousmane Sonko. Who is he and why does he matter?
Ousmane Sonko was up to a few years ago a simple inspector in the customs services of Senegal. And he more and more became a whistleblower, telling people there are things that are not normal that are happening in the customs with authorities. And then he was stripped out of his title as an official at the customs. He was banned, and he became a politician at that time. He created his party that's called Pastef. And more and more people started joining him because he took positions that, not many were bold enough to take against the government, and especially against Macky Sall. It's also important to say that he's from the region of Casamance. Casamance is the southern part of Senegal, which is felt as a little bit left out by the central power because, there's the Gambia separating the north and the south of Senegal. So this is a part of the population that feels they're not being taken into consideration in larger political decisions. So I think that's what makes him popular. And he's also a devout Muslim. It's an image that Senegalese people like, as the population is 95% Muslim.
So he's been accused. Explain what we are talking about here, because this is also an important part of this whole story, is it not?
Yes, Ousmane Sonko is being accused of rape by a young woman he used to meet in a massage salon. He's been asked why was he going there. He said he had problems on his back and went there for therapeutic reasons. So he ends up being accused by this young lady who used to do massage for him that now says he's raped her. So she accuses him of rape, but then many people feel that it's just a conspiracy from the government who want to use them to finish with opponent Ousmane Sonko. So Ousmane Sonko is a rising figure of the opposition. He came third at the last presidential elections, and he's positioning himself for the next ones that are scheduled in 2024. To many, Macky Sall just wants a third term, and Ousmane Sonko wants to come in his way. So this is a way to stop him.
Why are the young people or the youths in Senegal rallying around him? What makes him attractive to them?
Because he's young also. He's only 46. And he's perceived as a hero because I told you earlier how he talked about things the authorities didn't want the Senegalese to be aware about. He's also a great orator.
Aujourd'hui, le peuple a repris son droit confisqué depuis 9 ans par Macky Sall.
So when you listen to him, he grabs your attention, And he looks like a leader to the younger generation who feel totally disconnected from the people in power right now. He promises a new way of doing politics. He promises that he's going to be more fair. And I think, yes, that appeals to the younger generation, and that's why they're behind him the way they are.
Before we carry on, let me get a couple of points straight here. No one has come up with any actual evidence to suggest the president, or at least the people around him, are coming up with trumped-up charges to stop his opponents from running in elections. But also there is an investigation going on into what actually happened, and that's something the president himself told Senegal on TV this week.
The president was very clear about that, and he asked the Senegalese to let justice take its course. So to him, it's a judicial matter, and the judges will rule whether Ousmane Sonko is guilty or not guilty of rape.
It's a judicial matter for him, but it's really difficult to say that it's also not a political matter, because there are people who think that it is trumped up charges, right?
Yes, because what people fear for their country is in terms of democratic setback. For them, it has a feeling of déjà vu.
That's the BBC's Lalisi talking to our own Alan Kasuja as part of today's episode of the Africa Daily podcast. And if you like the sound of that and want to listen to the whole episode or many of the other excellent ones from Africa Daily, just go to bbcworldservice.com/Africa Daily for more episodes.
And in the next hour, we'll be talking more about the fallout from the Prince Harry and Meghan Markle interview. The palace have now issued a statement saying issues raised, particularly of race, are concerning, and while some recollections may vary, they are taken very seriously and will be addressed by the family privately. Harry, Meghan and Archie will always be much-loved members of the family, but when you think about it, government, parliament in Britain is sovereign. So what repercussions does this whole row have for the future of the monarchy in the UK? Give us your views, +44 77 86 20 50 85. That's the text.
This is the BBC World Service, and on this week's assignment...
The coronavirus pandemic has coincided with the spread of another virtual virus of alternative facts and conspiracy theories, some of it from China. I'm Paul Kenyon. Join me to discover Beijing's new misinformation tactics against the West.
Journeys to the heart of a story. Assignment. Thursday at 9:20 GMT. And at 8:30 GMT, Business Daily.
Are chicken nuggets grown from animal cells the new food frontier, or a step too far for some more conservative consumers? And why Singapore is keen to invest in the latest culinary innovation.
Next, it's Newsday, here on the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello, welcome. You are listening to Newsday on the BBC World Service. Great to have your company. Thanks for joining us. James Copnell and Claire McDonald with you today.
Reports that security forces in Myanmar have raided a residential compound of striking railway workers and forced them back to work at gunpoint as the backlash against the military junta continues.
Recollections may vary, but we take race issues very seriously. That's part of a statement from the royal family following the fallout from the Harry and Meghan interview. So, the end of the matter or just the beginning?
Could shopkeepers in Sweden be an endangered species as high-tech takes over?
It looks like a regular convenience store. All the things you might expect: milk, butter, biscuits. And if you want to buy something, you open the app, scan the barcode on what you want, and then I just click pay, and that's done.
And we'll have sports news, business news too on the way. Stay with us. That's Newsday.
Hello, I'm Neil Nunes with the BBC News. New research by the International Red Cross has laid bare the trauma suffered by young Syrians during 10 years of civil war. Nearly half of those surveyed have had a close family member or friend killed. More now from Jeremy Bowen.
The war, which continues, saved President Assad's regime but destroyed Syria. 1,400 young men and women aged 18 to 25 were interviewed, some in Syria, the rest in Lebanon and Germany, where they're refugees. 2/3 were forced to leave their homes. Educations were cut short or never happened. Almost 40% said they were illiterate, never went to school, or at best only reached primary level. The survey was carried out for the International Committee of the Red Cross, which has a mandate to protect civilians in wars. The one positive is that 70% of those questioned said they were optimistic about the future.
Security forces in Myanmar's biggest city, Yangon, have raided a residential compound of striking railway workers. State rail employees have joined the nationwide civil disobedience movement that's trying to topple last month's military coup. Nick Marsh reports.
Faced with open rebellion in every town and city, Myanmar's security forces have launched a seemingly random campaign of terror against unarmed citizens, suppressing dissent by using a combination of arrests, beatings, and at times, indiscriminate shooting. The railways are just one of the public services whose staff have refused to work since last month's coup. Even Myanmar's diplomatic classes have been speaking out. The ambassador to the UK, a former army colonel, was recently recalled after declaring allegiance to the elected leader Aung San Suu Kyi, but the military's grip on power remains as firm as ever.
The brother of the British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell has told the BBC that the conditions of her detention in a US federal prison amount to torture. Miss Maxwell is accused of helping the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein to groom young girls, charges she denies. Neda Tawfik has this report.
Ian Maxwell's comments come as Ghislaine Maxwell is seeking bail for a third time. A judge previously ruled that she was a flight risk, but her brother said she wasn't seeking to flee. He pointed to her latest application, which proposes a monitor to oversee her wealth so she cannot disappear, and a vow to renounce her French and UK citizenships. Ian Maxwell also spoke about his sister's state of mind. He said she remained resolute but had not been able to prepare adequately for her trial because of the conditions in which she was being held. He said she was losing her hair, having trouble with her eyesight, and her ability to concentrate.
World news from the BBC. An American hacking collective has posted online some of the footage which it says it's captured from 150,000 security cameras across the United States and the world. The group, which calls itself the Arson Cats, said the hack of images from banks, schools, hospitals and prisons exposed the scope of the surveillance state. Images include a Tesla warehouse, the shared area in Madison County Jail, even a man with a fake beard dancing in a bank. The Hong Kong-based airline Cathay Pacific has announced a loss of nearly $3 billion for last year because of coronavirus. In December, Cathay Pacific passenger numbers were down by more than 98% year-on-year. Brazil's world-famous Maracanã Stadium is to get a new name after the authorities in Rio de Janeiro voted to honor one of football's greatest players, Pelé. Our America's editor Candice Beard reports.
Pelé played at the stadium many times for Brazil and scored his 1,000th goal there in 1969 for Santos against the local club Vasco da Gama. Even so, the decision to name it after him was heated. Some MPs wanted the stadium to remain named after Mário Filho, the journalist who lobbied for its construction in the 1940s. But in the end, the king won. A worthy homage, said one MP, even though most people will still call Brazilian football's spiritual home after the district where it lies, the Maracanã.
In sailing, the holders Team New Zealand and the challengers Luna Rossa of Italy have shared the first two races in this year's renewal of sport's oldest international competition, the America's Cup. New Zealand comfortably won the opening leg off Auckland, but the Italians came back to take the second race, making a better start than their rivals. BBC World News.
Thank you for the news and welcome to Newsday with Claire and James. In the next half hour, plenty more on the fallout from the Harry and Meghan interview. We'll also go live to the Czech Republic, where a proposed law being debated today may finally give women from the country's Roma ethnic minority compensation for decades of forced sterilizations. And we'll head to Sweden as high tech takes over at the grocery store. If you want to share your views on any of the stories we bring you, look for BBC World Service on Facebook and Twitter, and you can also send us a text. Our number is 0044 77 86 20 50 85.
Let's start this hour then in Myanmar. Tension between protesters and the military there continued to escalate. Today in the country's largest city, Yangon, troops have taken action against striking railway workers who are supporting a nationwide civil disobedience movement. The workers have accused them of forcing them back to work at gunpoint. Let's across to Singapore. The BBC's Nick March joins us live from there now. Nick, welcome. Pictures of people escaping or being helped to escape across railway lines. Who exactly are these workers?
Well, these are public employees, people who work in the railways. It's where they live. It's the compound where they reside. We're hearing about 3 people have been arrested at least out of about 1,000 workers. But this is just one example of so many dozens, hundreds, really, acts of civil disobedience that we've seen in Myanmar. Public employees up and down the country downing tools, refusing to work, trying to weaken the already fragile Burmese economy, trying to hurt the generals in the only way available to those who oppose the coup, really, which is almost everyone in Myanmar right now. In this specific instance, the army surrounded the compound in Yangon at about 6:30 in the morning. They blocked off all the exits, and they essentially demanded that they go back to work. The videos that I've seen on social media show a lot of shouting. There's been waving of guns, intimidation, a kind of ominous build-up of troops around the compound. Some witnesses say that their food supplies as well, the workers' food supplies have been stolen, literally bags of rice confiscated, food that had been donated by local residents. And it's one of these tactics that we're seeing more and more from the security forces. They pick an area or a bunch of resistors, almost arbitrarily. I don't know if there's any precise thought behind it. They block them off, encircle them, arrest them, terrorise them, assault them in some cases, and everyone sort of braces themselves for some kind of awful escalation. At the moment, we don't know whether they've gone back to work, but given the sort of pressure they're under, you'd imagine so.
And we were reporting on this just yesterday of other nighttime raids because there's a curfew, the internet is down, so this is when the army strikes targeting certain areas. And it's interesting, isn't it? Because railway workers, you know, they're pretty much the backbone of keeping a country going. And this civil disobedience is trying to do just that, isn't it? Trying to say, well, you can't run the country in any way you want without us, and we don't want you in power. So what sign is there that this is just de-escalating? Well, that's what the army want, that's what the military junta want, but is it kind of people being kind of solidified in their response to this, that the more these raids happen?
Well, people keep coming out in the streets and the civil disobedience movement continues to happen. The idea is basically to say, look, we do not recognise the army as being the legitimate possessor of power. What you did on the 1st of February was an illegal power grab. We elected Aung San Suu Kyi and her National League for Democracy party in November, resoundingly with 80% of the vote. And if we carry on going on strike, if we refuse to pay taxes, if we carry on voicing our opposition to the coup, then our economy is going to collapse and you're going to have to listen to us. The problem is that these are unarmed civilians and the army is a highly trained military force, which, to be honest, has a track record of not listening to its citizens. They're almost willing to pay any price to hold on to power. So, you know, the odds are very much stacked in the army's favour. It's a question of how long the people who are resisting the coup are willing to keep on sacrificing money, time and sometimes their lives in order to preserve democracy.
Nick, thank you for the update. Joining us live from Singapore there, that's the BBC's Nick Marsh.
Newsday on the BBC World Service. Almost 50 million people have now watched the Harry and Meghan interview. That's according to the US broadcaster CBS, and it's still creating headlines. Late on Tuesday evening here in the UK, Buckingham Palace issued a statement in which it said the issues raised, particularly the subject of race, were concerning and added that they would be addressed privately by the family. For more, we can speak now to our UK Affairs correspondent, Rob Watson. Hi, Rob. It seems like this is a statement by the royal family designed to try and close the matter. It probably won't, though, will it?
Morning, James. Good morning, Claire. Good morning, everyone. I think you're absolutely right that that's what it's designed to do. And one picks out a particular line. And let's remember, there are only 5 sentences in response to a 2-hour interview. Buckingham Palace put out 5 sentences. I think the key one is saying, look, this isn't about the institution of the monarchy. This is a family matter. In other words, this is private. Yes, we're concerned about allegations of racism, but we will deal with this as a family in private. I mean, as you say, that is just immensely difficult to do because of the age we live in. I mean, the idea that you could just ignore the royal family, the idea that you could just ignore Buckingham Palace, the idea that you could ignore its members is fanciful. But all of that said, James, exactly how much legs this story has, I think, is another matter.
Does it reopen the debate about the place of the royal family within British society, or do you think that opinions are so made up on one side and the other that perhaps it's not even really in question?
This is going to sound a cop-out, James, but both. Look, every time there's a royal story, people will ask questions about the institution of the monarchy, the royal family, and its members. I think that's just inevitable. But at the same time, I think the opinion polls suggest that there is great support for the royal family. Although I think, interestingly, what will be worrying Buckingham Palace is that it's really split very much along demographic lines, age lines. So, get above the age of 24 and people are just solidly pretty much behind the Queen and the royal family, not just in this particular incident, but just the idea of the royal family. Go below 24 and there's much more support for Harry and Meghan.
There's a very interesting part in the interview, I thought, in which Prince Harry said something along the lines of the members of the royal family are scared of the tabloid press. That seems an unusual reading of the balance of power, doesn't it?
It certainly was a very interesting moment. I guess if you think about Prince Harry's life, the kind of life he's had, and of course what happened to his mother, Princess Diana, you can sort of understand where he's going from, and anyone who's been on the receiving end of Britain's tabloid press will know what it's like. I mean, the tabloid press would say in return, look, personalities, whether royal, political or whatever, are always happy to use the press when it suits their end. So, it's a very, very complicated issue. And it's the one, the question about the tabloid press in this country, it comes up most prominently when it's anything to do with the royal family. Nobody, so far as I can make out, has come up with a sensible solution, so it's unlikely to come from me, James.
No, fair enough. We have seen, though, also the departure of Piers Morgan, or the controversial TV presenter on both sides of the Atlantic. Linked, of course, to this royal family issue in the interview and his reaction to it, but also perhaps part of, this sort of broader culture war going on.
Yes, I was going to come to that. I don't think we need to go too much into the ins and outs of why Piers Morgan left the television show. But yes, I think that's the way in which it is interesting. In fact, this whole story is interesting. It has that sort of culture war dimension that you have those who think this is all about wokeness, people like the Prince Harry and Meghan talking about issues like mental health, which another segment of the population thinks, goodness gracious, you shouldn't do that kind of thing in public. You shouldn't express those kind of feelings. And so absolutely it is played into that. And of course, Piers Morgan was on one side of this particular culture war, but of course his saying that he didn't believe anything Meghan Markle said had really sparked concern from those who think that, look, when people do talk about mental health issues, whether you agree with them or not, you at least need to give them a sort of respectful hearing.
Rob Watson, thank you very much indeed.
And Piers Morgan, of course, should have been on air just around about now here in the UK. He's just tweeted to say, on Monday, I said I didn't believe Meghan Markle in her Oprah interview. I've had time to reflect on this opinion and I still don't. If you did, okay, freedom of speech is a hill I'm happy to die on. Thanks for all the love and the hate. I'm off to spend more time with my opinions. So that statement from Piers Morgan on Twitter in the last few moments. You're listening to Newsday on the BBC World Service. Here are the headlines. A survey of young Syrians has highlighted the devastating impact of 10 years of civil war on their lives. Friends and family members killed, homes lost and education curtailed. Security forces in Myanmar have attempted to force striking rail workers to return to work. And the renowned Maracanã Stadium in Brazil is to be renamed in honour of the country's greatest footballer, Pelé. Let's take a look at the sport now. Here's James.
Cristiano Ronaldo's Juventus have suffered a shock Champions League exit at the hands of 10-man Portuguese side Porto. The tie finished 3-3 on aggregate in Turin. It was a great game. Both teams scored again in injury time. It then sent the Portuguese side through away on the away goals rule. Borussia Dortmund, they're also into the quarterfinals after their two-legged win over Sevilla. As you've just heard in the main news, the Maracanã Stadium is going to be renamed the King Pelé Stadium. The Rio State Governor has yet to approve that change, though. Roger Federer returns to competitive tennis after 14 months out through injury later on. He's taking on Britain's Dan Evans in the Qatar Open. The NBA's released a list of people it's considering to become this year's Hall of Fame inductees. 10-time NBA star Paul Pierce and the first black NBA head coach Bill Russell are among those up for consideration. And a greater look at German football, including the news that Jogi Löw is stepping down as the Germany boss later on this year, in around 30 minutes' time here on Newsday.
Thank you very much indeed. Now we're going to bring you some not sports news, we've just done it, some business news now. The pandemic has seen a gaming boom, and one company in particular is done particularly well. It's going to sell shares to the public for the first time today. Let's get the latest from Andrew Wood on our business desk in Hong Kong. Andrew, welcome back. Who are we talking about?
We're talking about a company called Roblox, which has 37 million people use it every day. It's a game company, as you say, but it's a little unusual because it enables children especially to create their own games. So let's talk now to Brett Sifling at Gerber Kawasaki Investment Management in California. Good morning to you, Mr. Sifling. Why is Roblox so different? Why is it so popular?
Yeah, you said it. I really believe that it's a platform for these kids to really develop their own games with not a really big need for coding skills, and it gives them an understanding of computer science that really is going to pay dividends, I believe, for the rest of their lives. So it's a really cool platform to see, and obviously, kids love it. There's over 30 million daily active users on the platform.
Presumably parents love it too. There's a lot of talk about Lego. It's not a Lego company, but people, when they explain it, use the term Lego. Why is that?
Yeah, I think that it has to do with the in-game kind of play. It's much more like a plug and play where you're able to play racing games, shooting games, whatever it may be. There's not necessarily one world. It's kind of a meta game where kids can go, they can hang out, they can interact with their friends in this new digital world that they haven't been able to go to birthday parties and hang out at school. And this is really filling that void for them.
Okay, Brett Siflin at Gerber Kawasaki in California. Thanks for joining us. Back to you, back in the studio.
Andrew, thank you very much indeed. More from Andrew later in the programme.
Newsday on the BBC World Service. Now, as far back as the early 1970s, women from the minority Roma population in the Czech Republic were coerced into being sterilised, many not knowing what was happening to them until it was done. It's not clear how many women were affected, but today a proposed law to allow these women to apply for financial compensation is scheduled for a parliamentary session. We can speak now to Gwendolyn Albert, a human rights activist in Prague who has worked with Romani victims in the Czech Republic on this issue for many years. Thanks very much for talking to us. Just give us a brief overview then of what exactly happened.
Well, this began with a eugenic goal during communism of limiting the number of children who would be born into groups that the regime saw as undesirable, whether those were disabled people or Romani people who have been ostracized here for centuries. After the transition to democracy, the state stopped incentivizing these sterilizations, but doctors continued to sterilize Romani women without their consent, for example, during other procedures like cesarean deliveries of children. And the slowness to acknowledge this and to compensate the women has to do with a reluctance to consider the state responsible, because no explicitly racist motivation was actually ever mentioned in any of the laws that have regulated sterilization here. The Czech government did express regret for this in 2009, but they made it clear that they were expressing regret for what they called the individual failures of the doctors and social workers who performed these sterilizations in an unlawful way.
Right, and presumably this has had a huge impact on people's lives.
Sorry, on people's...
On people's lives, on how they've...
Absolutely, yes. It's the range of ways in which this happened was quite broad, and a lot depends on when they came to even understand the permanent nature of what had been done to them. Some of the women were misled to believe that this would be a reversible procedure, which it is not. Others were told that it had been part of some other life-saving procedure, which, you know, a cesarean delivery may be a life-saving procedure, but sterilization or tubal ligation in and of itself is not a life-saving procedure. And others were never informed of what had happened to them at all. And they only understood fully when they asked their gynecologist to make it possible for them to conceive again, and were told that it was impossible. Many marriages broke down because of this, and the women felt really degraded and dehumanized, either by the fact that they had been misled or by the fact that this was actually done without ever seeking their consent in the first place.
And obviously the debate is still to take place, but is the sort of compensation being talked about something that will be life-changing? Obviously nothing can change what has happened to them, but is it something, a considerable amount of money?
The bill proposes paying each victim about 300,000 crowns, which is about 11,000 euro. This is an amount that could be adjusted either upward or downward during the legislative process. We're at the very beginning of this. I believe that the symbolic value of the state agreeing to organize its own separate procedure of compensation for any women to whom this happened is important. It's important that the burden not be placed only on the victims to attempt to achieve justice through the courts, which has not proven to be something that they could afford or successfully do under the constraints that exist here. So life-changing. I mean, 11,000 euros is money. Certainly, it's not the kind of money that they might be awarded in some other systems, but the fact that this is even being considered at all by the legislature is in and of itself an achievement, I believe.
Gwendolyn, Albert, thank you very much indeed on what is a truly shocking case.
Newsday, BBC World Service. Claire and James with you today. Thank you for joining us. Now, the global pandemic has highlighted the value of having grocery stores close to where we live. In Sweden, a new startup has come up with a solution to help neighbourhoods that lost their local shops before COVID-19. It's opening stores that don't cost as much to run because they don't have any staff working there. Maddie Savage has been to one in Hulmestad in eastern Sweden.
Dark clouds loom over the pine forest surrounding this small town where there's a school, a pizzeria, but for years, no local shops. Now, a red wooden container, about the size of a mobile home, is offering a lifeline. You open the door using an app. All right, well, inside it looks like a regular convenience store. All the things you might expect: milk, butter, biscuits. There's also fresh vegetables. Pineapple here, some cucumbers, and if you want to buy something, you open the app again, scan the barcode on what you want. These are some cinnamon rolls, and then I just click pay, and that's done. Haven't come across any staff, any checkouts, or any other customers yet.
My name is Alice Hellqvist. We have forgotten to buy potatoes, so it's nice to just be able to go 2 kilometers instead of going 10.
Some people are worried that not everyone might be able to get the hang of the technology.
I think it's very easy. It's like 2 clicks on the phone. So my parents are 60, but they don't have a problem with it.
Critics argued the idea wouldn't take off because it makes shopping a less sociable experience. But during the pandemic, when people have been encouraged to limit contact and distance from others, that's been a bonus. And the chain called Lifts has opened 20 new shops in rural neighbourhoods. A manager does come in once a week to restock and clean. But with no other staff, it's cheaper to run than most convenience stores. There are cameras to help catch shoplifters. And because every purchase is tracked by the app, the company knows a lot about its customers. Sweden already has one of the most cashless economies in the world. And high levels of trust here mean people aren't worried about sharing this kind of data. But Daniel thinks the idea will work in other places too.
We'll definitely see a great interest from other countries as we've been expanding our own chain here in Sweden. Interest from England, Spain, Portugal, Germany. So we'll definitely expand outside Sweden in the near future.
City neighbourhoods are the next target for the business, and they're not alone. In the US, Amazon has launched unmanned urban stores, and I'm now in central Stockholm, where a major supermarket chain, Coop, has set one up next to a co-working space. The idea is that members can grab snacks on the go and act as a test group for new ideas.
My name is Johnny Joseph. We have an office upstairs. The first time I used it, it took a while to get the idea how it would work and so on. It's not 100% seamless experience, but I think you could improve it with like face recognition.
Hello. Cecilia Johansson, an entrepreneur working in tech and retail, also says there are challenges.
Of course, the older generation that have a habit of go to store and meet the person. So that's definitely a hinder for some. But I also think that we have seen a rapid growth of digitalization due to the COVID situation. So we are open to new innovations.
How do you think this will affect local communities, though, if there isn't someone that you can go to chat to face, if everything is just done through machines?
I think like a new door will open, there will be new other ways to interact, and there will be new other jobs in the societies.
With coronavirus cases on the rise here, though, that kind of sociable shopping experience will need to wait until after the pandemic.
No chats over the groceries for them. Maddie Savage reporting from Hulmestad in eastern Sweden on tech stores popping up in the midst of the pandemic. You're listening to Newsday, BBC World Service. James and Claire, we're back after the news.
You're listening to the BBC World Service, where Dessa is finding out why you do what you do.
How do we perceive pain? And how can it affect the way in which we perceive ourselves?
There's a whole bunch of taboos around illness and speaking about it.
A little soreness after a run, we often code as good, like evidence of a hard workout. Meanwhile, dreading an impending painful experience, say dental work, can actually intensify our suffering.
I can't take a full breath. I can't cry. I can't talk. And then down to, I can still live my daily life.
So how does the way we think affect the way we hurt?
We have a need to justify our actions.
It is this private subjective experience. I'm Dessa, exploring the hidden motors that drive human experience and behavior. Why do you do the things you do?
The signals go whizzing in. It's not till the brain gets those signals that pain emerges.
A BBC World Service and American Public Media co-production with iHeartMedia.
Deeply Human. Sunday at 10 GMT.
Hello, welcome to Newsday from the BBC World Service with Claire McDonnell and James Copnell.
Coming up, we'll be live in Senegal for the latest on days of protest there.
We'll hear why the ancient religion known as Zoroastrianism is under threat.
And we'll also head to Ghana, which has become one of the first countries in the world to deliver COVID vaccines using drones. More on that shortly, right here on Newsday.
BBC News with Neil Nunes. New research published by the International Red Cross has revealed the trauma suffered by young Syrians during 10 years of civil war. Of the 1,400 people surveyed, 2/3 have had to leave their homes, and nearly half have had a close family member or friend killed. In Myanmar's biggest city, Yangon, security forces have raided a residential compound of railway workers who've gone on strike. Activists who've posted images of the raid on social media say they are being forced back to work by the soldiers at gunpoint. Meanwhile, Burmese police who've fled across the border into India have told the BBC they left after refusing to follow orders of the military. One said an army officer had told them to shoot at groups of more than 5 people. American hackers have posted video footage online which they say is captured from 150,000 security cameras across the United States and the world. They said the images reveal the vast scale of the surveillance state. Member states of the World Trade Organization will today begin talks on a proposal to suspend patents on coronavirus vaccines. It's supported by more than 100 developing countries, but is unlikely to be approved. The brother of the British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell has said that the conditions of her detention in a U.S. federal prison are degrading and amount to torture. Ms. Maxwell is accused of helping the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein to groom young girls, charges that she denies. And Brazilian lawmakers have voted to rename the national football stadium, the Maracanã, after the country's greatest footballer. It'll now be known as the Edson Arantes do Nascimento Rei Pelé, King Pelé in Portuguese. BBC World News.
Thank you for the latest news update. Hello, welcome. You are listening to Newsday on the BBC World Service. James Copnell, Claire McDonald with you today. Thanks for joining us. In a moment, we'll start in Senegal. We'll also head to Egypt and Ghana. And it is 3,000 years old, but it's increasingly looking like a religion under threat. We've got a report about how Zoroastrians are trying to keep their faith alive and asking this question: who will succeed Joachim Löw as the manager of the German national side? That is the question James Craig will be asking in our sports news just a little bit later on. The German has been in charge for 15 years, but after the Euros in June, July this year, he says he's going to go. Plenty of names in the frame. We were going through them with James right here on Newsday.
We start this half hour in Senegal on what has been days of unrest sparked by the arrest of the popular opposition leader Ousmane Sonko. He has been charged with rape in a move his supporters believe is a politically motivated attempt to weaken the opposition. Samba Dialimpa-Badji is the news editor of Africa Czech, the fact-checking organisation, as in the capital Dakar, and joins us now. Samba Nangadev, first of all, what's the balance between how much people are out in the streets to support Ousmane Sonko and how much is a more general dissatisfaction with the government?
Yeah, I think it's difficult to set a balance, but definitely there were many people who were outside demonstrating, who were expressing a sort of frustration from how the country is managed this last years. And yeah, absolutely, there was also many of Sonko supporters. So it's difficult to set a balance. But the anger is very high from the youth who were protesting. And since the release of Sonko, there are more and more voices and comments on social media saying that, yeah, we need to continue protesting to show that this thing is going beyond Sonko.
When you see a comment from someone like Alioune Badara Cissé, the official with a job of settling conflicts, that we are on the verge of an apocalypse, does it feel that serious?
So, Alioune Badara Cissé is a very prominent political leader in the country, and he was a close ally to Macky Sall. So I want to use the same word as he did, saying that we are on the verge of apocalypse. But definitely the situation is very tense. And the youth situation is very concerning. More and more youths are taking boats to try to migrate illegally. More and more are not finding jobs, and they have the feeling that all the youth policies are politically oriented and just the youth who are in the ruling party who are privileged, and the anger is getting high and high. If you listen to the news, the radio station, the comments in the on and on social media, you can read, you can see that the youth are feeling that they are being neglected, and the situation is concerning because more than half of the Senegalese population is under 30. So yes, the situation is concerning, and the education system is collapsing. The universities are not quite working well. So the hunger among the youth is.
And Samba, one of the key issues here is the rape accusation against Mr. Sonko. And this is obviously a very difficult issue in the sense that any rape accusation should be treated with the utmost seriousness. And at the same time, Mr. Sonko's supporters say it's politically motivated. Now, perhaps without dealing with this case, which is still to go before the courts, is it fair to say that the legal system has been used in recent years to silence opposition figures in Senegal?
This is one of the main point that is raised by the opposition, and particularly Sonko supporters, to mobilize the population, saying, okay, you see that Karim Wade, the son of the former president Abdoulaye Wade, was sentenced to prison. The former mayor in Dakar was in the opposition, were planning to run for presidency, were also sentenced. So yes, they have this feeling, and even among the justice system, people are starting to, and they're saying, okay, this needs to stop, because we are having this feeling that the judicial system is used to silence opponent, or to try to eliminate them, and to prevent them from running for presidency, or to gain more and more power among. Yes, it's a fair point.
Samba Dialim-Pabaji, news editor of Africa Czech, talking to us live from Dakar, Senegal.
Newsday, BBC World Service. Let's go to France now, where the government there says it will make it easier to access sealed documents relating to the Algerian war. A press statement from the Elysée said that President Emmanuel Macron had decided that the documents kept secret in the name of national defence should be declassified by group, a process that should speed up access to previously unseen files. Let's talk to Raphaël Branche, a historian at the Université de Paris in Nanterre. She's also written several books on the Algerian war. Welcome to Newsday, Raphaël. Your reaction to opening up the archives, I mean, presumably it will make the work of historians like you easier in understanding France's role in this war.
Well, hello. Indeed not. It's not an opening up of the archives at all. It's rather a loosening on the fringes of an illegal situation. So really, this is nothing to be happy about. Sorry about that.
Well, okay, no. And why do you think that? Why do you think it's purely a PR exercise and nothing meaningful?
Well, the thing is, we have a law in France regarding the archives that calls for the immediate release of secret documents 50 years after they were produced. So this 50-year period is sufficient to protect defense secrecy in France. As regard to the Algerian War, which ended in 1962, any citizen can see the archives since 2012. So, it's legally, it's open.
Yeah, and there are many, many facts still to be secured on this. The archives or French official line saying 400,000 Algerians died. From the other side, they say, no, it's more than 1 million. Tell us then, explain to an international audience then why this war is so controversial and why you think it's so important that we need complete transparency on this.
Well, definitely, we always need truth and historians to be able to work in any country. But three main aspects must be mentioned, I think, to explain why France has so long found it difficult to talk about the war. So maybe the first is that it was not until 1999 that the war was officially recognized in France as a war. And one of the great difficulties was the nature of the war and the illegal violence carried out en masse by French soldiers, the massive displacement of population, torture, and so on. Probably the second thing is the fact that this war greatly divided the French and ended with an armed revolt of a fraction of those who supported the maintenance of French Algeria against the state, including Charles de Gaulle. So there is a dimension of internal conflict, which is always present in French political life today. And probably the third explanation, the third issue should be the fact that more than 1 million people from Algeria arrived to live in France after 1962, after the independence of Algeria, repatriated and immigrants. And they brought back their painful and often antagonistic memories into metropolitan France. So for a long time, the state was very uncomfortable with all this.
Okay, so the wounds are still open. Just very briefly, Mr. Macron, during his election campaign in 2017, Mr. Macron said, this was a crime against humanity. He says he wanted to repair French-Algerian relations, but he did face this backlash, saying he refused to give an official apology for crimes committed. No repentance nor apologies, rather symbolic acts aimed at promoting reconciliation. Why is that wrong?
I don't know if it's wrong, but it's a politician, so he has to do some symbolic gesture. But the fact is, it also needs to address, present issues in French society and, linked to the colonial period. And it's something people are wanting him to do or hoping he's going to be doing, and we are still waiting for that. And the other thing, of course, is to facilitate the work of historians.
Absolutely. We are glad you've done that here on Newsday on the BBC World Service this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Raphael Branche, historian at the Université de Paris in Nanterre.
In India, an ancient religion known as Zoroastrianism is under threat. There are fewer than 60,000 believers, and their numbers are projected to fall further. The United Nations says this is alarming and warns of an extinction in the not-too-distant future. The BBC's global religion reporter, Sodaba Haidari, takes a look at whether matchmaking Zoroastrian couples and having more children can help keep this 3,000-year-old religion alive.
25-year-old Kezad Patel is a music composer.
My aim and my dream has always been Hollywood. It's always being on the Oscar stage.
He has another ambition, to find a Zoroastrian wife. But it's not easy. His small community of Zoroastrians known as Parsis in India are fighting for their religion's survival. A no conversion rule and restrictions around interfaith marriage means their numbers are dwindling. Some say dating and marriage within the faith is the solution, but with only a small pool of potential partners, finding the one is tough.
No, I haven't found the one for myself yet.
And that's where Zareen Haviwala comes in. For the past 10 years, she's been working for free, matching Parsi Zoroastrian singles in the hope they will marry and have children to increase their numbers. Kezad is meeting matchmaker Zareen to help him find a Parsi wife.
I'm just doing my bit, trying my level best to get somebody within the community, protect the religion that you've been born with.
You want a Parsi Zoroastrian girl?
Yeah, I would love to.
Keeping my fingers crossed. Yeah, I hope it works.
Yeah, for me as well. I hope so.
Zoroastrians fled religious persecution in ancient Persia over a millennia ago. When they first arrived in India, they made a promise not to convert others to their religion. Over the past 8 years, the Indian government have been funding the Geo-Parsi initiative, which gives free fertility treatment to Parsis so they can have more children. Charmaine and Raymond have had 2 sons through this scheme.
I have polycystic ovary syndrome and my periods were irregular. We wanted to have kids but couldn't. Then we found out that Geo-Parsi could help us. So we asked for help.
After 2 years of treatment, we had our boy.
But under Indian law, women who've married outside the faith can't take part in the Geo-Parsi initiative. 20-year-old Karishma would like to marry a Parsi in the future. But if she marries outside her religion, her children won't be recognized by her community. She thinks relaxing rules could help the faith survive.
I think the Parsi community is declining mainly because of the restrictions on Parsi women. If a Parsi woman marries a non-Parsi guy, their child cannot be raised as a Parsi. So it has to be raised according to the religion of the guy.
Zoroastrians in India all agree the priority is to ensure their faith lives on.
That's the BBC's global religion reporter, Sodaba Haidari.
Newsday BBC World Service. Let's get you updated on all today's sports news now. Here's James Gregg.
Thank you very much. German football is featuring heavily in the sports news this morning. So let's talk first and foremost about the Germany head coach, Jogi Löw, who's set to leave his job after this summer's European Championships. He's been in charge of his country's national team since replacing Jürgen Klinsmann 15 years ago. He had a contract until next year's World Cup, but he approached the German Football Association to end it early. Lots of folks speculating that due to Liverpool's poor run of form, perhaps their coach, Jurgen Klopp, a German native himself, would be the man to take over. But he ruled that out yesterday in a press conference.
Jogi Löw did an incredible job for so many years. I think it's the longest servant ever we had in Germany, but for sure one of the most successful. I understand he wants to have this highlight, what he can in this tournament, and then somebody else will do the job. I'm pretty sure with the amount of really good German managers in the moment that Germany are able to find a good solution.
German football journalist Taufik Khalil joins us here on Newsday. Morning to you, Taufik. First of all, Klopp says the DFB will find a good solution. Any ideas who that solution might be?
Well, there are a lot of names on the table this morning, even yesterday in the moment when Joachim Löw said that he will finish after the European Championship. Everybody started discussing. The discussions started even earlier. They started last week when Mehmet Scholl, a former national player, put Lothar Matthäus' name on the table. But I think that's not really serious. I think the big pick would be Hansi Flick, Bayern Munich's head coach. He has a contract for, I think, 3 more years. But Hansi Flick knows the German Football Association very well. He worked there before he came to Munich. He was there the technical director. He did a lot of things. He installed the youth academy and really knows everybody in the German Football Federation. He is a guy who is more on the level like take it smooth and easy. Maybe that's a job that would fit for him. But he worked himself into the daily business of Bayern Munich, and he is the most successful coach in Bayern Munich history. So will Bayern Munich let him go? I am not sure. That will be a huge discussion in the next few weeks. While other names, we will see Jurgen Klopp, but he is out since yesterday. We will see who comes. I would say, if you would bet some money, then better bet it on Hansi Flick or keep it in your pocket.
What about Stefan Kuntz then? Because he should be a serious contender, shouldn't he? Because he's the current under-21 coach. It's a natural fit.
Absolutely, and I think if the name Hansi Flick, if Hansi Flick will take himself out of this discussion, then Stefan Kuntz might be the next. For me, as you said, he was one of the names, but he was not on it in the last few months anymore. But I would say he knows the federation. He knows the young players. He formed a lot of these young players who are the future of German football. Stefan Kuntz would be a very, very, very good one. He's a very nice guy. He's good to talk to with him. He's not a kind of aggressive leader. He's more the guy who's talking with the young players. Kuntz would be good, but everybody wants now Hansi Flick. I'm sure because he was so successful with Bayern. But Bayern, as I said, I'm not sure they let him go.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how it pans out, Taffy, won't we? Let's just talk very quickly about the Champions League. Dortmund through to the last 16 last night. We saw that. Leipzig in action tonight. I mean, what are their chances? Strangely enough, in a weird turn of symmetry, playing against Jurgen Klopp's Liverpool.
Yeah, but, I think Leipzig, he knows, and Julian Nagelsmann is very good and something Jurgen Klopp is very good in. He knows how to motivate a team, and Jurgen Klopp is not playing in Anfield with the fans behind him, and that's something Julian Nagelsmann would say, okay, we lost the first match in Leipzig, which was played in Budapest as well, with 2-0, so we are out, we have no chance. But that's not the thinking of Julian Nagelsmann. He says, okay, we lost that game, but we are not playing against 50, 60,000 in Anfield. We are playing in Budapest as well. So that's our chance. Liverpool is struggling in these days. So why not go for a miracle? And that's the thinking. Julian Nagelsmann will try to get in the heads of the players of Leipzig, and then there is a small chance. But the big favorite, it's Liverpool.
Taufik, great to get your thoughts as ever here on Newsday. I'll have a full sports roundup in about an hour's time here on the programme, and more sport online as ever at bbc.com/sport.
James, thanks very much indeed. Newsday, BBC World Service. Let's go to Egypt now. The highest court there will rule today on whether or not to remove 2 activists from the country's terror list. They've been detained since June 2019. One of the activists, a human rights lawyer named Zaid El-Elami, was arrested after criticising the Egyptian government in an interview with the BBC's Arabic service. The other, Rami Sheikh, was the Egypt-based coordinator of the campaign to boycott Israel for its actions in the West Bank. Let's talk this through with Hussein Bayoumi, who's Amnesty International's Egypt researcher. Welcome to Newsday.
Good morning.
So tell us what it's meant. I mean, clearly they've been held, but what has it meant for these men to be officially labelled as terrorists?
Sure. So first of all, it's important to note that the way that they have been listed as terrorists, it lacks any guarantees in due process. The impact of what happened with them is that they would be banned from travel. They wouldn't be able to. They are unable to get passports. Authorities freeze their assets. They are also, and very importantly, unable to run for elections or any sort of office during as long as they are listed as terrorists on that list. And the way that they are listed on the terrorist list, basically a judge decided that on the request from a prosecutor without their presence and without them even being informed that there is such proceeding against them in court. They were only informed when this was published in newspapers, basically. So now they are appealing in front of the highest court in Egypt, which is the equivalent in the UK, for example. If you found out while you're sitting at home that you're, or in this case in prison, that you're listed as terrorist, and you can only go to the UK High Court, basically, to appeal, or Court of Appeals, to challenge that.
So they've had absolutely no chance to put their side of the argument in a court. Is this standard practice in Egypt these days?
Yeah, of course. This is a standard practice, and this is actually how it is written in the law exactly, the law on terrorist entities and terrorists, where basically a prosecutor, they just file on the basis of a secret police investigation file, and they say that XXX, anyone basically that they can list is terrorist, and a judge would approve that automatically. It's impossible to see a lower judge refusing such request, and they have no way to challenge that. The only way is through appealing in front of the High Court, basically.
So a suffocation of free speech, really. Zaid El-Elami, human rights lawyer, he was a former MP, one of the leaders of the Egyptian Social Democratic Party. He was arrested after this interview with BBC Arabic. He was accusing the government of Abdel Fattah al-Sisi of politically motivated detentions, of enforced disappearances and torture. Where is the free speech in Egypt right now?
Well, there is no free speech in Egypt. Free speech, if you speak freely in Egypt, if you criticize the government, its policies, or even members of the government, not just the president, but some ministers even, you can go to jail. I mean, the case of Ziad El-Ailemi, he's a former parliamentarian. He was trying to organize a parliamentary coalition to run for the 2019 elections. And he was just talking to the BBC as a politician from the left. That was just sharing his opinions there, and then he was arrested. And it was not enough that he and Rami Shas are detained pending investigations into so-called terrorism charges without any evidence, but Ziad El-Ailemi was also sentenced in another case to 1 year prison specifically for the BBC Arabic interview, which also prevents him from running for elections. And this is the case of Rami and Ziad are not alone. There are thousands, tens of thousands of Egyptians who have been arrested over sharing their views on social media and with the regular media, and detained without trials for years, actually.
Thank you so much for talking us through that. We'll watch with interest how that court case rules later today. Hussein Bayoumi there, Amnesty International's Egypt researcher.
Ghana has become one of the first countries to deliver COVID vaccines using drones. Days after the first COVAX shipments landed, many of the doses zoomed off again on autonomous drones, headed in particular towards hard-to-reach healthcare facilities around the country. Well, let's talk to one of the people who have made this possible. Daniel Marfo is Senior Vice President for the drone delivery service Zipline Africa. Hi, Daniel. Welcome to the programme. What's the advantage of using a drone in this sort of circumstance?
Thank you very much. So the advantage of using the drone in deliveries of vaccines are essentially two main ways: access, as people, especially in hard to reach areas, require to have these drones also delivered to them safely and equitably. And so by being able to use a drone, you are able to deliver the vaccines to them at the very time that they need them, with very little wastage as well. So they're able to tell you exactly the number of people who require to be vaccinated in small groups. And with a simple drone, you can get it to them within 15, 20 minutes.
Does it mean that most of the deliveries then will be in rural areas?
No, there's still the city centers where most people live because of urbanization. But when it comes to fighting the pandemic, everybody needs to be vaccinated, and so the people in the rural areas also need to be vaccinated. So through this, we are looking to deliver up to 2.5 million doses of COVAX vaccines to rural parts of Ghana.
And how does it actually work? Because one of the things that occurs to me is that we know that many of these vaccines have to be kept extremely cold. How can you do that whilst you're shipping them by drone?
Thank you. So what we've designed a special packaging in which we are able to keep these vaccines at a regulated temperature for up to 3 hours. And that enables us to be able to deliver these vaccines to them by drones. Our commitment is to make sure that every vaccine shipment or delivery gets to the point within 60 minutes maximum. And so with a 3 hour buffer that our unique packaging offers, we are able to still get them the vaccines in time, and they're then able to use it or transfer it into a secondary storage device.
What does this say, though, about the state of roads, for example, in Ghana, basic infrastructure, if you need to leapfrog all that and use drones?
Well, the government of Ghana has been investing heavily in infrastructure generally across the country. But definitely, even roads need to be maintained from time to time. And so there is a cycle of roads construction, roads always being needed to be maintained. And it gets harder as you go to rural parts of the country. But this doesn't mean that the people in these parts of the country should also not get equitable access to medicines and vaccines when they need them. And so to be able to get ahead of that, that is why the country invested in, leapfrogging technology like what Zipline offers.
Very interesting indeed. Daniel Marfo, Senior Vice President of Zipline Africa, telling us there about those COVID vaccines zipping around the country by drone to get to those hard-to-reach places. You're listening to Newsday with Claire and James.
This is the BBC World Service, and this month World Book Club have been reading Nervous Conditions.
I'm Harriet Gilbert, and joining me to answer questions about it is its prize-winning Zimbabwean author Tsitsi Dangarembwa.
You simply have to be completely fired up about your characters. You've got to like them enough to get to know them intimately, the positives and the negatives.
World Book Club, today at 10 GMT. And in 60 minutes, Hard Talk with Stephen Sacker.
My guest is Juhar Ilham, a young Muslim Uyghur woman whose father is serving a life sentence in a Chinese prison for encouraging separatism. She's using her voice to pressure China to end the systematic repression, but can she make any difference?
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
of the border, are they going back to the homes they lived in previously, or has other sorts of accommodation been found for them?
They were told, but once again, I'm the UNHCR representative in Cameroon. I can describe much more the living condition in Cameroon. On the other side, they were told that yes, indeed, there were houses waiting for them. They will also receive 6 months food, and they will receive a return package enabling them to reintegrate better.
And of those who are still in Cameroon, it sounds like only a small percentage have agreed that they're prepared to go back to Nigeria. Why is that the case, do you think?
Yes, it is worth saying that we have roughly 115,000 Nigerian refugees in Nigeria, and 68,000 are living in the Minawawo refugee camp. So, as you rightly said, the 5,000 who have expressed their wish to return to only one state, Borno State, it's only a small number, and we still need to find solution for the 90,000 remaining in Cameroon. Cameroon has reiterated that the voluntary character of the return. So the doors are open. Nigerians who still have problems in Nigeria could come and can come to Cameroon, where they will be able to find asylum. Why are these people returning back home? This is always difficult because we are informing them on the situation on the other side, but they have also their own sources of information. And we also know that it's not only their own situation on the other side, if they will find relatives, if they will find their houses, but the reduction of assistance in Minawawo refugee camp by the international community is certainly also playing a role in their decision to go back because of the few opportunities that they can have in Minawawo camp.
Olivier Baer, UNHCR representative in Cameroon. Thank you very much for talking to us live on Newsday.
We're going to take you to Uganda now. Hundreds of people have disappeared after being arrested at campaign rallies, picked from the streets or their homes, 2 months after a highly contested election. Most of them are said to be opposition supporters, picked up by clandestine security operations in the dead of the night during and immediately after the presidential elections last January. There's growing pressure on the government to release them. The BBC's Patience Adehare has been meeting affected members and reports from Koyotera, south of Kampala.
Anger, frustration, hopelessness. There are about 30 people at this meeting, and each one is missing at least one family member. On the night of January 8, 2021, armed and masked men in police uniforms descended on Kisamula village just outside of Chotera town. They went from house to house, carrying out arrests. 18 young men were taken that night, and none of them has been seen or heard from since. Teddy Naluswata and her husband Ronald Muwonge had a loud bang on the door at around 3 a.m.
There were very many. They knocked and ordered my husband to open up. He said he couldn't open without knowing who was on the other side. They banged on the door. They said they were police. I rushed to the door, told him to get dressed. He only managed to get trousers on. The door flung open, and one of the men pushed a gun to my ribs and told me to get out of the way. They dragged Mwonge out and threw him down in the grass, beating him.
She arrived at the police station in the morning and found friends and neighbors also waiting there with similar stories. Many of those arrested across the country are said to have been supporters of popular politician Robert Kyagulanyi, known as Bobi Wine. His party, the National Unity Platform, has published a list of 423 of his supporters who they say were forcefully disappeared. The security personnel that came to John Chiwanuka's house cut through the metal door at the front, knocking off some of the locks, knocking off a bit of the wall on the side of the door. The glass windows cracked and crashed to the ground. There's also a hole in the ceiling. It appears they broke into the ceiling as part of their search. After John had been taken, the next morning, friends and relatives who came to his house found a pool of blood on the floor of his bedroom. Chiwanuka's aunt, Margaret Nalinya, recalls how she reacted when she arrived at his house that morning.
When I saw the pool of blood, there was one thought in my mind. My child is dead. They have killed him. I just walked out and sat on the veranda, unable to move any further. We went to the police and we were told they don't know anything. I want my son back. If he's dead, I will just bury him.
As the public outcry intensified and local media reported this story, some detainees have started to be released, many dumped in bushes near their villages, barely hanging on to life in some cases. Julius Chiberu is still nursing his injuries after spending 2 months in detention. On November 21st, he got out of a commuter taxi and, without realizing it, headed straight into a security sweep at his local trading center in Kisowera, east of the capital Kampala. He says he tried to run and duck from gunshots, only to be grabbed by 2 armed men in plain clothes and thrown into a van.
They threw me and others in a room. That is when the beating started. They asked me again and again, "Where's the gun? Are you rebels? Did you tear down the president's campaign posters?" I was blindfolded so I couldn't see, but I think sometimes I was beaten with a stick, other times with an electric wire. Sometimes they would make us lie down in a line and walk on our backs with heavy boots. I prayed to God and said, "I have dedicated my children to you."
Other former detainees told local media that they had been electrocuted or forced to eat rotten food. According to Ugandan law, suspects under detention must be taken to court uncharged or released within 48 hours. But security agencies rarely respect this rule, and many of those arrested during the elections have been held for months. Last week, the Minister for Internal Affairs, General J.J. Odongo, presented to Parliament a list of names of 176 people in military detention. But activists believe the figure to be much higher. None of those missing from Chotera whose families we spoke to are on that list. The minister told Parliament that investigations will continue, but admitted to the BBC that the security forces are at fault.
The acts that were being alleged to have been performed could easily have been performed by official operatives, but who acted in a manner that is not permissible by law. That's why I call it overzealous. There are certain circumstances when you do not get the privilege to exercise the law as it is. You act in the heat of the moment, and many of these cases have occurred in that manner. For example, a number of individuals were arrested during the period of riots. There was no time to say, "I am so and so, I am arresting you for this," in the middle of a riot.
Many Ugandans, however, believe that disappearances are part of a planned operation by the government to crack down on the opposition. For hundreds of relatives of the disappeared across the country, the actions of the security agencies during these months have left lifelong scars.
Patience Atahari there reporting on Uganda's disappeared.
And now James Gregg is here with the sports news.
Well, as we were hearing last hour, weren't we, about the Germany head coach. Jogi Löw is to leave his job after this summer's European Championship. He's been in charge of his country's national team since he replaced Jurgen Klinsmann 15 years ago. He had a contract until next year's World Cup, but approached the German Football Association to end it early. Jurgen Klopp has ruled himself out of replacing Löw. He says, "I've got 3 years left at Liverpool." He signed a contract and he sticks to it. He did, though, praise his fellow German for the job that he's done. Of course, Löw led the side to the 2014 World Cup.
Jogi Löw did an incredible job for so many years. I think it's the longest servant ever we had in Germany, but for sure one of the most successful. I understand he wants to have this highlight, what he can in his tournament, and then somebody else will do the job. I'm pretty sure with the amount of really good German managers in the moment that the German FA will find a good solution.
Yeah, there are loads of good German managers at the moment. Meanwhile, Liverpool have their own Champions League game to prepare for, of course, tonight. They play against, strangely, German side RB Leipzig at Anfield, having won their 2-0 in the first leg. In Germany, they've now lost 6 in a row at home. Also today, Barcelona are looking to repeat their 2017 comeback against Paris Saint-Germain. 4 years ago, the French side they threw away a 4-goal lead from the home leg in a 6-1 collapse at the Nou Camp. This year, though, they've already been to the Nou Camp and won, and they're defending a 4-1 lead at home. They could be saying bye-bye to Messi, and Kylian Mbappe will be through to the next round in his PSG colours. Another example of the Champions League changing of the guard last night. Erling Haaland scored his 19th and 20th goals in just 14 appearances in the competition as Borussia Dortmund drew 2-2 with Sevilla. It did help them reach the quarter-finals 5-4 on aggregate, but while the 20-year-old will be there, Cristiano Ronaldo, who's now 36, won't be. His Juventus side beat Porto 3-2 on the night to level their tie at 4-4. But they went out on away goals. And Temba Bavuma has become the first black African to permanently captain a South Africa side. That's after being appointed their limited overs skipper. He spoke to me on Newsday earlier on. Search on the Newsday pages online to listen back to that chat. And more sport online as ever at bbc.com/sport.
Thank you very much, James Gregg.
Well, how to solve a security problem in a country? Well, officials in Niger State in north-central Nigeria have announced this. They are going to arm vigilante groups with pump-action rifles. They say they want to improve local security in a state where attacks by bandits armed with AK-47 assault rifles have been on the rise. There's no police presence across much of the state, so it's hoped these vigilantes will fill that gap. Understandably, there are concerns that it will lead to growing violence. I've been speaking to Nnamdi Obasi, Senior Advisor on Nigeria International Crisis Group.
It's a desperate endeavor. The state, Niger State particularly, has been under increasing attacks by armed groups locally referred to as bandits in the last several months and 1 year and above. At the same time, there is a critical deficit of security personnel. The estimate is like one policeman to 6,000 people in the population of the state. And the state government says there's security presence in only about 30% of communities in the state. And therefore, it needs to do something to bridge that gap, to make up for the deficit. And it's out of that desperate situation that it's taking on this action. But of course, there are several issues arising from the action.
Absolutely,
legal and
one of them,
otherwise.
Yeah, of course. And just one of the most obvious ones that you've just raised is why aren't they addressing the deficit in the police force? Why are they finding that so difficult?
Well, it's not very clear why is that. Nigeria doesn't have state and local policies. It has a federal police force that is controlled by the federal government in Abuja. And that force all over the country now is terribly, terribly undermanned. But unfortunately, we haven't seen a step up in recruitment in boosting the numbers as you would expect, given the scale of the security problem. So there's a disconnect between federal government efforts and state government efforts. And most of the state governments are taking their destiny in their hands, given that the federal government isn't as responsive as it ought to be.
It's a risky endeavour, isn't it? I just heard you mention there that, you
Yes.
give AK-47 assault rifles while the bandits have got hold of them, so you give these vigilante groups pump-action rifles. That sounds like a bit of a recipe for escalating violence rather than the opposite.
Yes, indeed, it is. There are several issues involved. The first issue is even the legal basis for this action, because you may recall that in 2013, the Zamfara state governor had embarked on a similar action, procured 1,500 double-barrel guns that were to be issued to vigilantes. But then the federal Senate, objected to the action, and eventually the police refused to allow those guns to get to the vigilantes. So we are not sure exactly how the Niger state government is going to navigate through that, legal hurdle this time. But, secondly, is the point you make about the mismatch between the rifles that the bandits, so-called, are using, AK-47s, GMPGs, more recently RPGs, and so on. And then we're sending people with double-barreled guns and pump-action rifles to go and face them. I mean, it's a very unequal match, and it's going to lead to a much more complicated situation than we have at the moment.
Nnamdi Obasi talking to me earlier, Senior Advisor on Nigeria International Crisis Group. It's It's Newsday from the BBC World Service. James and Claire. Off you go, James.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, just before we came on air this morning, we got a series of texts along the lines of, it's Megxplosive, it's Armageddon. No, not from Buckingham Palace, though they have now responded to the interview given by Harry and Meghan earlier this week. The royal family says the issues raised, particularly concerning race, will be taken very seriously and will be addressed by the family privately. The allegations made by Harry and Meghan that there were several conversations within the royal family about how dark their firstborn might be have now gone around the world. Meghan also spoke about how lonely she felt within the royal family and said her mental health got so bad that she didn't want to be alive anymore, adding that she didn't get any support for her mental health issues from the institution. I called up Karen Attier, Global Opinions Editor of the Washington Post newspaper, to get her thoughts.
It's absolutely damaging for the royal family. I mean, people are comparing this to the reputational damage that was suffered in the, wake of Princess Diana. To a certain extent, you're seeing here again a concern for, not just the reputation of the royal family, but honestly, the well-being of the humans who are within it. And Prince Harry alluded to this even in the interview, that they realized that especially for Meghan and her identity as a biracial woman, as someone with a black mother, that she represents a lot of people, particularly black multiracial women who find themselves in institutions that are frankly not friendly to them. And I think that's why this is so resonating so deeply and emotionally for those of us even here in the States and around the world who have followed this.
You write in one of your pieces, when it comes to black women in white institutions, almost nothing can save us, not even our closest white allies, from the viciousness of racism.
I think about this a lot from watching the wedding between Meghan and Harry, and I think about the fact that Meghan, in that veil that she wore in her dress, the 16-foot veil, had the flowers of the Commonwealth embroidered into the veil, and the hope that was a signal to the Queen and to the royal family that she was all in, right? And here we are, just some few short years later, and she's effectively been forced out, and it reinforces this notion, particularly I think it's acute for black women around the world, that no matter what we look like, our skin tone, our beauty, our education, the best we can do to please or be respectable, it doesn't matter. We still are always at the risk of not being safe in those institutions, and not even, those who mean well for us, who are white, can save us from institutions that were never meant to serve or to house us.
I was looking at some polling here in the UK, snap polling after the interview, and it suggested that British people, at least, were split almost equally between those who thought Harry and Meghan had been poorly treated by the royal family, those who thought the reverse, and those who didn't know, those people who are still on the fence. My sense is that the figures would be quite different in America, for example.
I don't know if I've seen any polling per se in that vein, but that being said, there's still something utterly powerful about, and I think we're seeing this culturally here in America, that particularly when it comes to people of color, women of color, who now have more platforms to speak and to speak their truth and to speak about their experiences.
That is Karen Attier, Global Opinions Editor of the Washington Post newspaper.
Now here's a tale about a Russian researcher who set out to find out who executed his great-grandfather in a gulag, a prison camp in the former Soviet Union. He's now getting sued. Over 5 years, Denis Karadigin, put together a website that listed every individual he thought was complicit in the murder, and now a relative of someone on that list is pressing charges against him for defamation. It comes as an opinion poll suggesting nearly half of young Russians were unaware of the deadly history of the gulags. I've been talking to Anne Applebaum, Senior Fellow with the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. She's also the author of Gulag, A History of the Soviet Camps.
Denis Karagodin is an amateur historian who began doing research about his family, and in particular his grandfather, who was a victim of Stalin's purges. And in the course of doing the research, he uncovered a lot of names of local people, local policemen who he thought, and he had documentation that showed they were connected to his relative's death. He published all of this and began talking about it and attracted attention to it and made it a kind of cause. But in doing so, he angered some local people who were themselves relatives of the former perpetrators. And one of them has threatened to sue him, and it seems he's also been interrogated by local police on this issue. So it shows that there's no consensus about Russia's past. There's no consensus about the history of the Gulag. There's no agreement about who was a victim and who was a perpetrator. And there's no agreement about whether the history should be told.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because 2 weeks ago, a Russian court rejected an appeal by another historian, Yuri Dmitriev, who exposed Stalin-era crimes. He was ordered to be kept in jail and serve out a 13-year sentence. His supporters still say that's fabricated charges. So it would seem there is a real problem with anyone bringing up recent history and asking questions about it.
The Yuri Dmitriev case is actually far more serious because he's somebody who's been working in his region of Russia, in Karelia, for many, many years. And I actually met him there myself in the 1990s. And it seems that the local authorities there just don't want him investigating the past. They want to cover up the crimes of the past, and they don't want any kind of reconciliation or any kind of acknowledgement of what happened.
We know through this system millions died and many more families were broken up through the Gulag system. And there is this recent survey that says young Russians still seem unaware about the history of it and a lot of them haven't heard of these Stalin-era purges, don't even know what a Gulag was. How important is it that that is rectified?
The loss of this history will, I think, prolong the trauma of the story for generations of Russians, and who won't have any way of understanding why their country is the way it is, why their criminal justice system looks the way it does, why the power structure in their country looks the way it does. Everything about their current reality is very deeply bound up with the past, with the history of the Gulag and the history of mass arrest in Stalin's Russia. These stories aren't banned in Russia for the most part. I mean, there are differences in different regions, but it's simply not talked about. It's not a favored topic. The leadership of the country wants people to focus on positive elements of the Soviet past. They want to talk about Stalin winning the Second World War, and they don't want to talk about what he did to Russians. It's not even a story of the mass murder of somebody else. It's something that happened at home. And the lack of that, I think, will go on marking and distorting Russian politics and really Russia's self-image and consciousness for many years to come.
Anne Applebaum there, author of Gulag, A History of Soviet Camps. Many of you getting in touch with myself and James this morning on the Meghan and Russian Harry story. There's no Russian element at all. And many of you getting your comments into us on Twitter and text as well. Michael says this: what about the serious lack of expressed concern and positive action about people's mental health and overall well-being? Trevor, though, says this: I heard them referred to Ginge and the Whinge today, and I haven't stopped laughing.
Yeah.
Which seems a little harsh, but, you know, free speech and all that.
Paul M. in Tunbridge Wells says this whole Meghan and Harry affair is absolutely ridiculous. They're toxic and should be completely ignored. Not sure if Paul's wish is going to completely come true, but we'll see. This is Newsday. Goodbye from me, Claire, and the whole team.
Bye.
This is the BBC World Service, with a BBC World Service and American Public Media co-production with iHeartMedia.
I'm Dessa, tasked with finding out why do you do what you do.
There's a whole bunch of taboos around illness and speaking about it.
This week, pain. 2 people can experience identical injuries completely differently. So how does the way we think affect the way we hurt?
Deeply Human. Sunday at 10 GMT. And in 30 minutes, Business Daily.
Are chicken nuggets grown from animal cells the new food frontier, or a step too far for some more conservative consumers? And why Singapore is keen to invest in the latest culinary innovation.
That's after Hard Talk on the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Coming up after the news on the BBC World Service, it's Hard Talk with me, Stephen Sacker. What is the Chinese government doing to the Muslim Uyghur population of Xinjiang province? Well, a combination of personal testimony, leaked documents and satellite imagery points to a systematic policy of repression. So far-reaching, US government officials have called it genocide. My guest is Johar Ilham, a young Uyghur woman whose father, a Uyghur academic, has been imprisoned for 7 years.
The last time I saw my father was 8 years ago, and the last time I heard his voice was 7 years ago. Nobody has seen him since 2017. Since then, I haven't heard a word from him. We do not know if he is even alive.
That's Johar Ilham on Hard Talk after the news.
BBC News. Hello, this is Jerry Smith. New research by the International Red Cross has laid bare the trauma suffered by young Syrians during 10 years of civil war. Of the 1,400 people aged between 18 and 25 surveyed, both in Syria and in exile in Lebanon and Germany, nearly half have had a close family member or friend killed. Sarah Al-Zakawi, an ICRC spokeswoman, says they face many challenges.
Young Syrians have spent their teens and early 20s in very difficult conditions. We've got millions of young Syrians paid a very heavy price in the last 10 years. They've experienced more loss than one can ever endure, whether it's loss of loved ones or loss of their homes, loss of opportunities, control over their life as well. So between running from fighting to leaving homes to missing on school, unable to get by, it has been very tough.
Security forces in Myanmar's biggest city, Yangon, have raided a residential compound of railway workers who've gone on strike for democracy. State rail employees have joined the civil disobedience campaign against last month's coup. Nick Marsh is monitoring events.
The civil disobedience movement continues to happen. The idea is basically to say, look, we do not recognise the army as being the legitimate possessor of power. And if we carry on going on strike, if we refuse to pay taxes, if we carry on voicing our opposition to the coup, then our economy is going to collapse and you're going to have to listen to us. The problem is that these are unarmed civilians and the army is a highly trained military force, which, to be honest, has a track record of not listening to its citizens. They're almost willing to pay any price to hold on to power.
Police from Myanmar, who've fled across the border into India, have told the BBC they left after refusing to follow the orders of the military. Rajini Vaidyanathan reports.
Here in the northeast Indian state of Mizoram, more than 100 people are thought to be in hiding. Police officers, government workers and activists who fled neighbouring Myanmar in recent days, crossing the river which serves as a border, to escape the military crackdown there. We met a group of policemen and women, all in their 20s, who say they were told to use violence against protesters. The military officer in charge ordered us to shoot at groups of more than 5 people, one officer told us. I had to desert the police department as I couldn't open fire on innocent people.
The Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan says the Army Chief of Staff, General Onik Gasparyan, has been relieved of his duties. The announcement came amid a tussle between the two men, each of whom has been demanding that the other quit. You're listening to World News from the BBC. Members of the World Trade Organization are to begin talks on a proposal by India and South Africa to suspend patents on coronavirus vaccines to increase production. Naomi Grimley reports.
More than 100 developing countries say they support this proposal to temporarily suspend the intellectual property rights around COVID-19 vaccines, so they can be made by other manufacturers during this crisis. The World Health Organization is endorsing the idea too, pointing out that pharmaceutical companies have been given huge grants of taxpayers' money to help come up with effective vaccines. The International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers says scientists who want to explore future uses for innovative vaccines will struggle to find investment if intellectual property protections are snatched away.
An alliance to combat future infections today launches an ambitious plan to ensure vaccines against newly emerging diseases are developed within 100 days. The Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations says a pandemic like COVID-19 cannot be allowed to happen again. It hails the scientific community for developing vaccines in just over 300 days. The brother of the British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell has said the conditions of her detention in a US prison are degrading and amount to torture. Ms. Maxwell is accused of helping the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein to groom young girls, charges she denies. Her brother Ian said she remained resolute as she seeks bail. Brazil's world-famous Maracanã Stadium is to get a new name after the authorities in Rio de Janeiro voted to honour one of football's greatest players, Pelé. The stadium will soon be known as Edson Arantes do Nascimento Rei Pelé, King Pelé in Portuguese. BBC News.
Welcome to Hard Talk on the BBC World Service with me, Stephen Sacker. My guest today had her life turned upside down when she was 18 years old. Back in 2013, Johar Ilham was on her way to the United States with her father, Ilham Tohti, a Uyghur academic and social activist, when he was arrested at the airport. He insisted that his daughter board the plane without him. She did. 8 years on, she's never been back to China and has no idea where her father is, indeed, whether he is still alive. In 2014, he was imprisoned for life for encouraging Uyghur separatism, and in recent years, nothing has been heard from him. Johar Ilham completed a degree in Indiana in the American Midwest and is now using her voice to campaign for Uyghur human rights. There is much greater awareness of the Chinese government's systemic repression of the Muslim Uyghur population of Xinjiang province than there was at the time of her father's trial and imprisonment. But are expressions of concern in Western capitals making any meaningful difference to the Uyghurs of Xinjiang? Well, Johar Ilham joins me now from the United States. Welcome to Hard Talk.
Thank you very much for having me, Mr. Sacker.
I want to begin by taking you back 8 years. It was 8 years ago that you and your father went to Beijing Airport preparing to fly to the United States. Your dad was detained by the authorities. He could not fly. You had to fly on your own, and you have not seen your father since. So can I begin by asking you, what do you know of your father's situation today?
The last time I saw my father was 8 years ago, and the last time I heard his voice was 7 years ago. After we were separated at the airport, my father was arrested for a few days, and he was allowed to return home, and he started his house arrest time for 11 months. Then he was officially arrested again, and then he was put under charged for a life sentence. Since then, I haven't heard a word from him. I do not know what is his current health condition, if he's still held in the same prison as he was first announced. And nobody has seen him since 2017. We do not know if he is even alive.
You don't know if he's alive, so there's been no contact whatsoever for, 4 years? No contact with a lawyer, no contact with his wife, your stepmother, nobody at all?
Right. My family was trying to reach out to the police in the Uyghur region, but the requests were rejected and no family visits were allowed. Since 2017, we have heard no news of him, but before 2017, what I know of his condition was he lost over 40 pounds. He was denied food twice. Each time was for 10 days. He was shackled both around his ankle and around his wrists. I am very concerned with his current condition. I do not know why exactly he was banned from family visits. Even when he was allowed to be visited, he was allowed to be visited only every 3 months, even though according to the Chinese law, every political prisoner was supposed to be allowed to be visited every month. And for my family's case, it was every 3 months.
I feel, even at this distance, I feel the degree of upset that you are going through. I just wonder how hard you have to think before speaking to people like me about the situation, because we know that difficulties can be made not just for the prisoner in any situation like this, but also for the prisoner's family. You have family, of course, still living inside China.
In fact, every members of in my family except me are still remained in China, and one of my most frequent nightmares is that my speaking out would affect my family in a very negative way, which would make them suffer even worse than now. And but until now, I am still every moment I am afraid. I am worried for my stepmother, for my brothers, for my cousins, for their safety. My cousin is also in prison right now. She was sentenced for 10 years for having my father's photo in her cell phone. She was stopped at one of the checkpoints on the street on her way to the shopping mall. And I'm afraid more and more family members of mine would be treated the same. With my stepmother and my 2 brothers, they were monitored closely for over 6 months. There were policemen, 4 to 6 policemen, even sleeping outside of our apartment door for up to 6 months, and following them to everywhere they go and preventing them from meeting with others. And it had affected my 2 little brothers tremendously in a very negative way. And I am very concerned for them.
I want to ask you about your father's trial, his case, because the Chinese authorities were very clear. They said he had been fomenting and encouraging separatism, which of course under the Chinese law is a very serious crime. They even presented some evidence. I know it was a closed-door trial, but apparently evidence was presented, including a video of a lecture he delivered at university in which he said that Xinjiang belongs to the Uyghurs, not to the Han Chinese. It seemed to be an ethnic point he was making. What do you think of the case that was presented and the conviction?
First of all, I have seen that video, and all the video clips that I have seen were cut from the beginning and it was taken out of the context. That's first. And second, my father had never incited separatism. And according to Chinese own language, the region is called Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. So technically, it does belong to the Uyghurs, from the name. And I don't see anything wrong with this sentence. And second of all, the Chinese government has been accusing my father for being a separatist, for someone who is an extremist, and who's someone for advocating for violence, and that's all false accusations. And what my father has been trying to do for the past decades and throughout his research and his work was to try to help. And he was trying to promote peaceful dialogue between the Han Chinese and the Uyghurs.
If I may, Johar, you're a young woman, obviously now in your mid-20s, but you left China when you were, I believe, 18. But the truth is that the Chinese government says that from the turn of the century, there was an increasing problem in Xinjiang, a problem of separatism, which involved people committed to violence to create a separatist Uyghur Muslim nation. They call them terrorists. They cited particular instances, rioting in 2009, which left many Han Chinese dead. They referred to other violent attacks, which caused more death in the years since then. Would you acknowledge that when China talks of of a separatist threat in Xinjiang, there is something real there.
Indeed, there have been sporadic instances of violence, and it is true there have been history of tension. But what I think is if you subject people to violent repression over a period of many, many years, they will ultimately fight back. And it's very unfortunate. Some would choose to do that with violence. Not that I support such ways, but you can only oppress people for so long without people fighting back. And unfortunately, some chose violence, and those incidents of violence were a reaction to systematic repression, but that doesn't merit the kind of what we're seeing now, of course. I remember my father once said that the best thing would be for the authorities to take a step back and examine what drives people to such desperation in the first place.
Over the past 3 years, there has been a mounting pile of evidence showing the scale of systematic repression inside Xinjiang. We have seen not least the satellite imagery of the detention camps. We've heard testimony from people who've managed to escape or leave those camps, telling us what happens inside, abusive behaviors, including systematic allegations of sexual abuse and rape against women inside some of those camps. It is, though, difficult to be entirely sure that some of the evidence is verifiable. A lot of it does come down to personal testimony. You are a very long way from Xinjiang of necessity right now. So how can you be sure that the evidence that crosses your computer and your desk is entirely accurate?
Indeed, there's no exact way for me to verify the source completely. In fact, it's the Chinese government that is making this process of verification that is so hard, since having access to the Uyghur region is even so much more difficult compared to before. But I can speak to my personal experience and to that of my family, which is this, that I know for a fact that the Chinese government is trying to cover it up or let it fade away from people's attention. And I know these abuses are happening because my father was sentenced to life in prison. My cousin is sentenced for 10 years. And I have other family relatives which have been interned to arrested. And I do know people close to me who have their family members are locked up for ridiculous reasons. And secondly, more broadly, you should know that the reports of abuses are based on refugees and highly credible accounts of refugees, as well as from people who are still in the region.
Of course, you have the experience from inside your own family, but your father was, in some ways, rather special in that he was incredibly well connected. He ran the Uyghur Online and the Uyghur Biz websites. He was very socially active. He was a human rights campaigner. He had a particular platform, voice, and position in society. But when the Chinese government responds to these wider claims about the detention camps, they call them vocational and re-education camps. And I'm going to quote you a couple of important voices in China. First of all, the Chinese ambassador to the US, back in 2018, when many reports were emerging of these camps, he said, "We are simply trying to re-educate people, trying to turn them into normal persons who can go back to normal life." And President Xi Jinping in September 2020 said, justifying the education effort, as he called it, in Xinjiang, he said, "All ethnic groups need a correct perspective on the country, history, and nationality." Would you accept that China has a right to tell the people of Xinjiang about the country's culture, try to persuade them to not just use the Uyghur language, but use the language of the entire nation, and to question perhaps some of the more extreme religious views that some people might have inside Xinjiang?
I personally believe nobody should be allowed to brainwash others or try to change other people's views by force. And what makes every human being unique is that we have our own culture, our own language, our own system, our own thinkings. And as society, I also believe what my father used to tell me, that a normal society allows more than one voice. And what the Chinese government has been trying to do throughout the region is to shut everyone up and then force people to think in the exact same way, which fits in favors of the Chinese government's ideologies. And I think that is not very healthy, and I do not support this.
What is your impression of what is happening to the population of the Uyghur areas of Xinjiang right now? Because your own father wrote extensively about the degree to which Han Chinese were being encouraged to migrate and take jobs inside those areas. And we also know that many thousands of Uyghurs have been forcibly required to go and do factory work outside their own region. So has the demographics of the region fundamentally changed?
Unfortunately, I can't answer this question directly because I don't live in the region, but I am very concerned with how it is like in the whole Uyghur region. I was able to communicate with certain members of my family in the Uyghur region, and our conversation was completely absurd. It was very different from in the past. You are not allowed to say Assalamu alaikum, which is a normal Muslim greeting. I do not believe this incites Islamic extremism. You do not say Allah Amanet, which is Allah wish you peace. You have to say Xi Jinping wish you peace, or Xi Jinping wish you well. When the government says that they're trying to help the Uyghurs to become normal people, but I feel like in this case, Uyghurs are being in very abnormal way, living in a very abnormal way, and I am very concerned, and I'm afraid that the newer generations would lose our roots, our lineage, our connection to our origins and our root, our language and our culture. That I am very concerned for that.
Let me go back to the personal for just a moment. We know that China has built this extraordinary surveillance machinery across the country, frankly, but particularly focused in Xinjiang. They really monitor people very closely. We also know they seem to have the capacity to monitor people of interest outside the country too. And it seems some people connected to Uyghur groups in exile have received threats, not least that their family members back inside China may suffer if they continue to use their voices. Do you believe you're being surveilled, and have you received threats?
I personally have never received threats from any Chinese individuals. I do constantly receive criticism or very nasty language. I read nasty languages in my personal social media accounts, and I have gotten used to that. I have learned the worst languages ever because of them. And what I do know that I am definitely surveilled. I'm not sure about the new phone, but with my previous phone, I know it was monitored. My conversation with others were monitored because after sharing an information of myself attending an Uyghur couple's wedding, a week later, this Uyghur couple, young newlywed couple, was contacted by someone in the Uyghur region and said they should not be inviting me to their wedding. Growing up, we had bugging devices in my living room in Beijing. And growing up, I know my father's phone was constantly monitored. And growing up, I knew that this type of surveillance, it's just glued to me.
I guess there's very little doubt, there's no doubt that the Chinese government is well aware of your current activities. After graduating, you've devoted a lot of your time to activism, raising awareness about what is happening to the Uyghur people, also particularly focusing on workers' rights, because I know you're very involved in efforts to alert the world to the use of forced labor in supply chains involving some of the biggest corporate brands in the Western world. So let us talk about the impact that your campaign is having. Are you satisfied or dissatisfied with the degree to which the outside world is waking up and responding to what's happening in Xinjiang?
I have to say there have been growing momentums, but I'm sorry, I'm a greedy person. I don't not think is enough. I don't think is enough. I will continue not being satisfied until every single innocent Uyghurs have been released. And I do urge governments around the world, brands and corporates around the world can, be held accountable and be responsible and enforce measures to help fix this forced labor issue. And it is not something should be allowed in this 21st century.
Top U.S. officials, Mike Pompeo, the outgoing Secretary of State under Donald Trump, and now the incoming Secretary of State, the new Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, have both called what is happening to the Uyghur people in Xinjiang as genocide. They've used that word. We see that sanctions have been placed on some senior Chinese officials in connection with what is happening in Xinjiang by the US government. The UK government is talking about ensuring that companies are punished if they use supply chains which appear to involve slave labor. So things are happening, but you believe that they're not enough, do you?
Yes, because Uyghurs are still suffering. There's still hundreds of thousands of Uyghurs are still locked up, are still working in factories, forced to work in factories, or having to be forced to voluntarily work in factories, and that is why I do not think it's enough. And I think more and more governments around the world should be involved and help China. It's not that force China, but we are. Well, I do think the world needs to help China realize its own mistakes and help.
But Juhar, if I may, isn't the point here that China's economy is one of the two most powerful in the world, and through the course of the century is going to become the world's most powerful economy? And if you look, for example, in Europe, you get a lot of rhetorical support for the cause of Uyghur human rights from governments in Europe, but then they go and sign a major investment deal with the Beijing government because, driven by Germany more than any other country, the argument is that they need to deepen the economic ties with China. That is a pragmatism, it's a reality that your campaign is never going to overcome, is it?
I do know that it is difficult, and I am not asking to boycott China entirely. That is not what I'm asking. I've never asked that either. I have no problem with any countries being powerful economically or any ways in the world. I'm not against that, but what I am against is the systematic repression that is taking place in the Uyghur region. And I do think every government has the responsibility, and the world has the responsibility to hold the Chinese government accountable on this specific matter. And I am positive because I have seen positive changes. There are brands and corporates have responded positively. With my job, I am a part of the coalition to end Uyghur forced labor. The coalition has come up with a call to action, which is asking the brands to exit the Uyghur region. It was endorsed by over 365 organizations around the globe. It's not only US-based. And there have been brands have signed the call to action, have agreed to follow up to make the commitments and chose to be ethical. And that is why I am hopeful. It's going to be a long fight. It is going to be very difficult, but I do think it is feasible.
A final thought, Johar. I was very struck by the words of one Chinese human rights activist after your father was convicted and sentenced in 2014. He was described by this activist as the Uyghur Mandela. Now, of course, Nelson Mandela spent all of those decades in prison, but ultimately he got out and he triumphed and his political vision was made reality. Do you believe your father ultimately can triumph in that way, and that his vision of the Uyghur community being given more autonomy, more of a voice, able to use their own language within a sovereign China, do you think that is achievable with the Communist Party of China the way it is?
Call me naive, but I am a very positive person. My father had raised me this way, and I am always very hopeful with, if I can't see this, maybe my children will see it, maybe my grandchildren will see it, but I do hope that day will come. And I do hope my father doesn't have to spend decades and decades in the prison. I do hope he can release today, tomorrow, or anytime soon. And I am hopeful. I do believe this day will come. And I do hope the Chinese government can realize its own mistakes soon and make that day come sooner.
Juhar Ilham, it's been a pleasure having you on Hard Talk. Thank you very much indeed.
This is the BBC World Service.
These black holes are anywhere from 100 million to 1 billion times the mass of the sun. Each pair of black holes can take about 25 million years to merge.
When the truth is stranger than fiction.
I'm left wondering just what has running 246 kilometres done to these runners' bodies.
A recent study of Spartathlon runners showed that just after the race, their blood samples looked similar to those of people close to death.
And where art imitates life.
We have 9 squares of antique silk. So at the top we have a training layer where we can show people how to feel something that may be wrong in the body.
Science.
It's the most extraordinary thing because it combines absolute beauty with something so scientific.
On the BBC World Service.
You're listening to the BBC World Service with me, Elizabeth Hotson. In Business Daily, we'll be looking at whether chicken nuggets grown from animal cells are the new food frontier or a step too far for some more conservative consumers, and why Singapore is keen to invest in culinary innovation. That's all coming up after the latest world news.
BBC News with Jerry Smith. New research published by the International Red Cross has revealed the trauma suffered by young Syrians during 10 years of civil war. 2/3 of people surveyed have had to leave their homes, and nearly half have had a close family member or friend killed. In Myanmar's biggest city, Yangon, the security forces have raided a residential compound of railway workers who've gone on strike. Images of the raid on social media show workers being forced back to work at gunpoint. Burmese police, who've fled across the border into India, have told the BBC they left after refusing to follow orders from the military. One said he'd been told to shoot at groups of more than 5 people. The Armenian Prime Minister, Nikol Pashinyan, says the army chief, General Onik Gasparyan, has been relieved of his duties. There's been a power struggle between the two men, with each demanding that the other quit. President Armen Sarkisyan has twice refused to dismiss the general. Russia says it's restricting the speed of Twitter. The state regulators said the service was being slowed down because of what it called the platform's failure to comply with Russian law. It's widely used by supporters of the jailed Russian opposition figure Alexei Navalny. The World Trade Organization will begin talks today on a proposal to suspend patents on coronavirus vaccines. It's supported by more than 100 developing countries. The Hong Kong-based airline Cathay Pacific has announced a loss of nearly $3 billion for last year. Its chairman said that because of coronavirus, 2020 had been the company's most challenging year. And Brazilian lawmakers have voted to rename the national football stadium, the Maracanã, after the country's greatest footballer. It will now be known as the Edson Arantes do Nascimento Rei Pelé, King Pelé in Portuguese. BBC News.
I'm Elizabeth Hotson, and in today's Business Daily, we'll be asking why Singapore is proving to be fertile ground for cell-grown meat.
Singapore is a country where society moves very quickly. We hope that Singapore will be the place for cultured meat.
And how some rather expensive chicken nuggets could be the new frontier in food innovation.
We manufacture the meat in a way that is somewhat similar to how you might brew beer through a culturing process. The end result is real chicken. You don't need to kill an animal. The chicken is not dying, and you can get an unlimited amount of meat.
This is Business Daily from the BBC.
Weird science. Plastic tubes and pots and pans, bits and pieces, and the magic from the handle make weird science.
The chicken nugget isn't usually thought of as being at the cutting edge of innovation. But in December 2020, a decision made by Singapore's food agency made science fiction a reality, because the agency gave the green light to the sale of chicken nuggets made from meat grown in a lab from animal cells. Cultivated meat actually became a reality back in 2013 in a lab overseen by Mark Post of Maastricht University in the Netherlands. He and his team, grew a burger. It cost $300,000 to make, but it proved that cell-grown meat was possible. Here's Professor Post talking through the process.
So what I'm holding in my hand is a culture flask with cells, just a few stem cells from cows, and we are going to make 1 billion cells. And we take all these cells and make small muscle tissues out of them, a couple of millimeters wide and a couple of centimeters long. And this is already the muscle tissue. And then we take all these small tissues to produce a hamburger.
We're science, elastic tubes and pots and pans.
7 years on, the decision made by Singapore marks the first time that cell-grown meat products can go on general sale. And the fact that this happened in Singapore is significant. It's a densely populated country with relatively high levels of meat consumption and not much of a livestock industry. And back in 2019, Kelvin Ng, who at the time worked in strategic innovation in Singapore's government, made this prediction.
Singapore is a country where society moves very quickly. Singapore is only like 50 over years old, and it has moved from like nothing to like a first world country. Every Singaporean is used to very rapid changes. Because the government has invested some money and showed interest in this space, we hope that Singapore will be the place for cultured meat. For a country with many reasons for cultured meat and not many reasons against, there's a good chance that we're going to make it happen in Singapore.
And the man to make it happen was Josh Tetrick, founder of Eat Just, which created the chicken nuggets.
Think about how regular chicken is made. You got billions of chickens, they eat lots of soy and corn, they have nutrients in the soy and corn that build the muscle and the fat in their bodies, and then we kill the chickens. What we do is take the good part about that process and discard the bad part. So the good part is the taste of the meat, the nutritional composition, and we do that by taking a cell from a chicken. We can get it from a biopsy, a cell bank, and then we manufacture the meat in a way that is somewhat similar to how you might brew beer through a culturing process. The end result is real chicken. It's not plant-based. If you have a chicken allergy, you shouldn't eat it. The whole process takes about 14 days.
So you're using the cells from chickens, but they're not dying?
You don't need to kill an animal, and you can get an unlimited amount of meat.
Why chicken? Does chicken just happen to have a more simple cell structure than, for example, pork or beef or lamb?
Chicken is far and away the most consumed animal meat. So about 60 plus billion chickens are slaughtered every single year. About 40% of those in Asia. The chickens consume an enormous amount of soy and corn, which instead of having beautiful biodiverse rainforests, instead we have fields and fields of chicken feed.
Are you vegetarian or vegan yourself?
I am vegan, except I eat our chicken. So maybe that makes me not vegan anymore. And I'm not sure what the new term for that kind of eating is going to be. It's like, asking someone if they're an environmentalist. An environmentalist, if they're driving an electric car, maybe that's slightly worse than walking or riding a bike. But it's still very much in line with the philosophy of using our lives to cause us harm. From an intent perspective, I think this very much aligns with vegans and vegetarians, but maybe even more importantly, this aligns with everyone else. Part of the reason why we decided to focus on this kind of meat is because we don't need plant-based chicken and then conventional chicken. We think a single choice that is real chicken meat, nutritionally is chicken, without all the harm, is the simplest, most straightforward way of addressing the problem.
As a mass market consumer proposition, you've obviously got to be very much aware of pricing. So at the moment, I know that you're starting with the product in a restaurant launch in Singapore. How much would I be paying in US dollars?
This is a high-end restaurant, so a typical dish, whether it's beef or chicken or seafood, it's about 23 US. I think the simplest way to think about it is priced at the level of premium chicken. And now what's really exciting about this regulatory approval and why I don't think this should ever be called lab-grown again is we're out of the lab now. We're in a walk-in freezer at a restaurant. We're on the menu. We're being manufactured not in a lab, but a larger scale manufacturing environment, and that allows us to do something really important, which is to significantly reduce costs. We do that by increasing our cell densities, by lowering the cost of the nutrients the cells consume, by continuing to scale up. All of that is going to get us to a place in the next 5 to 10 years where this is below the cost of conventional chicken. And when we get there, that's when things really flip.
So what's it actually like to cook with cell-grown meat? Back in December, the honour of serving up the first portion of the chicken nuggets was given to Colin Buchan, executive chef at 1880, an exclusive private members club in Singapore.
I got the honour of being the first chef in the world to cook the chicken nugget. Obviously, I had my doubts about it. When it came into the kitchen, it comes in a frozen little chicken nugget. It's breadcrumbed, and then we cook it the same way as you do any other chicken nugget. We went to fry it just so you get that really nice golden colour, crispiness. We did 4-course tasting menu. We done 2 variations for the chicken nugget. We done a steamed bao bun, which is obviously quite familiar in Asia. We did that with sesame and spring onions and a little steamed bun, which was lovely. Then we done an American version, so we done the waffle with maple syrup and the crispy chicken nugget with some hot barbecue sauce. You cut into it, and it's, you know, for me as a professional chef, I couldn't really tell the difference. I think because it's the first chicken product they brought to Singapore for the first time, I think it's a really good start.
But what does the nugget taste like? Regan Morris, a reporter and producer for the BBC in Los Angeles, tried an early version when she visited Eat Just's headquarters in 2018.
It tasted like chicken because it is chicken, and it was delicious. It was greasy, salty, fast food chicken nugget. It tasted like McDonald's or something you'd get from a fast food restaurant.
So it tastes like chicken because, as Regan says, it is chicken, and that causes problems in itself. From within the livestock industry, and we'll hear more about that later, but also from some potential consumers. Within the vegan community, for example, there's disagreement as to whether cell-grown meat should be consumed at all. On a rainy day in December, after the Singapore decision was made, my partner Becky and her friend Hannah recorded themselves having a socially distanced discussion.
My name's Becky Morgan. I've been vegan for 6.5 years.
My name's Hannah Masson-Smythe, and I've been vegan for about 3 years. I mean, the reason why I don't eat meat is not because I don't like meat. I still do like the taste of meat. I would be happy to eat cell-grown meat if it wasn't any kind of slaughter involved. I understand some vegans wouldn't be happy eating anything that come from an animal. For me, it's about the suffering that's involved. So I think if the animal hasn't suffered in the process, if it's being taken from itself an animal and hasn't caused any harm to the animal, I wouldn't have an issue ethically with eating that meat. I'm guessing it's probably a little bit more difficult to have a lab-grown steak, for example, or lab-grown salmon. But if I could eat any kind of meat or fish that was lab-grown, I think that would be my choice.
I personally wouldn't eat cell-grown meat. Perhaps when I first went vegetarian and then vegan, I did crave animal products, but I've been vegan for so long now that actually my kind of gut feeling around them and almost sense of disgust has developed towards them. So I wouldn't eat any products where an animal has been used to create them. I ethically can support the idea of lab-grown meat, you know, in the hope that people who are omnivores might transition to eating cell-grown meat as opposed to eating, say, factory farmed or kind of farmed animals. What I don't support is perhaps vegans who would then transition to lab-grown meat, because for me that would be people taking a step in the wrong direction.
One of the debates surrounding cell-grown meat, or clean meat as it's sometimes referred to, is how it should be labelled and where it should be placed in a supermarket should it become more widely available. We'll get Hannah's view on this first.
In the meat section, I've noticed a lot of plant-based mince and other plant-based products, and I think that is great because it encourages people that would normally buy meat to try a plant-based version. So I think it should go in the meat section to encourage more people to kind of transition to having lab-grown meat instead.
So I don't want to see clean meat placed in the vegan aisle. I don't want people to transition from veganism back to eating meat. And also, people go vegan not just for animals and the environment, they go vegan for health reasons as well. And cell-grown meat doesn't offer any of the health benefits that a plant-based whole food diet does. However, if clean meat was to appear in the meat aisle, that would be a good move for me, because then hopefully the omnivores will find it. They'll be able to enjoy clean meat as an alternative to farmed meat.
Ethical hurdles are one barrier for cell-grown meat, but as Regan Morris points out, another is farmers.
It depends how you look at the meat industry. These companies that are being invested in, these new lab-grown, innovative meats like Just, they have investors at almost every level, from billionaires like Li Ka-shing and Bill Gates and Richard Branson, but also these huge meat packing companies like Cargill. But if you look at the Cattlemen's Association, the small, ranchers, the cowboys, that's a very powerful lobby in itself and a powerful image of the American West. Nobody wants the American rancher to go out of business because some lab-grown cow, but that's so far away. It's decades and decades away, if ever. But I do think the industry is worried. I've met with ranchers and they are incredibly worried. They don't even want pictures of farms on packaging if you're making plant-based or lab-grown anything. They don't want it to be called a burger. They don't want meat anywhere in that. It's not a meatball if it didn't come from a cow, as far as they're concerned. But then you look at the big packaged meat companies, and they're the main investors in this because they're going to sell whatever the consumer wants to buy. And consumer trends do seem to be that people are pretty open-minded about what kind of protein they consume. I remember just a few years ago interviewing the people from Beyond Meat and Impossible Burgers here in California. And their dream was to have their products in the meat counter at grocery stores. And now, in California at least, when you go to the grocery store, burgers from Impossible and Beyond are right there next to conventional beef patties from a cow.
And to make matters even more complicated, federal bodies in the US haven't actually passed any laws pertaining to cell-grown meat. So it's not clear what will happen with regard to labelling and branding when and if products do come to market. Kelly Loudon is an attorney with law firm Jones Day.
The federal government regulates food product marketing generally. Individual food companies that are selling products across the United States can label their products one way and have those products move freely across state lines without producers having to comply with individual state laws and regulations. So generally, federal rules take precedence over any state-specific rules. But that being said, when the federal government hasn't stepped in to dictate the answer to a particular question with respect to labeling or marketing of a food product, states can fill in the gap. And that's where we sit today to a large extent with alternative protein products, including cell-based and plant-based meat alternatives. There are not laws specifically addressing cell-cultured or cell-based meat at this time, and that's because the product hasn't yet been brought to market. There's two authorities in the United States, two federal agencies that will be responsible for these types of products once they do come to market. The United States Food and Drug Administration and the United States Department of Agriculture. And those two entities in 2019 did set forth a plan by which they intend to address these products as they are coming to market. The Food and Drug Administration will regulate up until the point of harvest, which means that pre-market safety, such as overseeing cell collection, cell banks, and cell growth, will be the responsibility of the FDA. After that, responsibility will transfer then to the USDA for inspection and labeling.
So the FDA and the USDA seem to be anticipating a market for cell-based products in the future in the USA.
That's correct. It is anticipated that these types of products will be brought to the federal agencies for approval and regulation sometime in the near future. But at this point, because the federal regulatory authorities haven't yet issued regulations concerning cell-based meat and poultry products, certain states have taken steps to issue their own state-based regulations, specifically with regard to the use of the term meat.
What are states saying at the moment about labelling in anticipation, I guess, of cell-based meat products?
12 states have enacted meat labeling laws. Meat labeling laws have also been proposed in 14 additional states. Generally, they take the position that products should not be labeled as meat unless it's derived from a harvested production of livestock or poultry. In other words, live animals that have been raised and slaughtered. There has been litigation around these meat labeling laws after they've been enacted. That litigation has been brought by plant-based meat manufacturers or plant-based protein alternative manufacturers because those are products that are actually on the market already. And so those manufacturers are directly impacted by these meat labeling laws, which do apply both to plant-based meat products as well as cell-based. That litigation is ongoing. For example, in Missouri, a lawsuit was brought against the state challenging its meat labeling law, which states that a product cannot be misrepresented as meat. The plant-based meat producers are still allowed to use meat-related terms on their products so long as it's fully disclosed right on the front of the label that the product is actually a plant-based product. But the plant-based product manufacturers are still challenging the law in the first place. So we don't yet know how the courts will come out as to whether this type of meat labeling law is permitted or not under the Constitution.
But when it comes to labelling and marketing cell-based products, it all hangs on what's decided at a federal level. And states like Oklahoma and Missouri will just have to swallow those decisions.
States are not permitted under our food labeling laws at the federal level to require something different of food manufacturers than what the federal regulations require.
Cell-grown products do seem to have a future, but their impact on the meat industry is yet to be seen. It could remain a niche curiosity or become one of our main sources of protein, and I'd certainly be curious to give the nuggets a try. Well, that's all for today's Business Daily, but we'll be back again tomorrow.
Hello, you're listening to the BBC World Service, and now witness history with me, Lucy Burns. Today I'm taking you to Chicago in 1969, where abortion was illegal, but a group of feminist activists started to run an underground abortion network, even performing the operations themselves. The group called themselves Jane.
If you can't be careful, try to be good.
If you'd found yourself unexpectedly pregnant in Chicago at the end of the 1960s, you might have seen a small ad in a newspaper, or maybe a business card pinned to a notice board which said, "Pregnant? Don't want to be? Call Jane, 643-3844.
Soon I got the 9 months of blues. Too much to gain, too much.
If you'd called the number, the phone would have rung in a private house or a dorm room at the University of Chicago, and you'd have been in the hands of the abortion counselling service known as Jane. In 1969, Martha Scott was a 27-year-old mother of 4 living in a Chicago suburb when another mother at the playground asked her if she'd be interested in volunteering as an abortion counsellor.
Now, abortion is not something I'd spent a lot of time thinking about, but it felt kind of social worky to me, but that seemed appropriate. And it also seemed illegal. It had a certain appeal.
At that point, abortion was illegal in the state of Illinois, unless the pregnancy endangered the life of the mother, and the same was true across most of America. Women with unwanted pregnancies could travel to Colorado or Mexico, or they could seek out an illegal abortion. These were often both dangerous and expensive, but many women had few other choices.
I mean, not only was abortion not available, birth control wasn't very available.
And did that mean that people were not having premarital sex?
Oh, no. Absolutely not. And I think the fact that illegal abortion was happening all over the city of Chicago and probably all over the United States is a real indication that lots of people were having premarital sex.
Still can't figure out what went wrong, but that's the first line of the 9-month song. I got
The Jane Network started with a women's rights campaigner at the University of Chicago called Heather Booth, who'd found herself being approached by several people she knew who were looking for abortions.
And Heather was at that time quite visibly an activist. And so they thought, oh, she might know a thing or two about this illegal stuff. She knew a couple of names of doctors, and I say that word in quotes. So she put out a request for people in kind of the nascent women's movement who might be interested in working on this as a project.
What was the perception of abortion in kind of the mainstream of society?
By and large, people didn't think about it one way or another unless they happened to have some reason to do so. Like if they needed an abortion or they knew someone who needed an abortion. Those people who did think about it thought it was a terrible thing. No one should ever have to do this. But then I also think there were people who thought no one should do it under any condition.
How did you respond to that feeling of that it was wrong?
Well, I did not feel that abortion was wrong. And in fact, this was an interesting thing when one counseled, because very often people would come who said, you know, I know what I'm doing is wrong, but I have to do it. I thought it was really important to speak to the fact that this is not wrong. If you either had birth control or sometimes the people we would talk to hadn't been assaulted, this wouldn't have happened.
The group used the name Jane as a code. At first, callers to the service were ringing one member's home phone number, and the name meant she could filter calls. But it also represented a kind of every woman. Eventually, they got an answering machine.
A woman who felt she needed abortion called and said, my name is such and such, and the tape said, leave your name and a phone and we will get back to you. And then someone would call her back and get the information, and the information would all be on these little index cards. And so then we would, as a group, meet maybe once a week, and we would pass around the index cards and pull off those that you think that you would be able to handle in the course of the week. Let's say I took 2, because that's kind of how I started out, 2 evenings a week. My husband worked nights. My kids went to bed relatively early, and I, at 7 o'clock or so, I would say, come over to my house and we can talk.
They'd talk to the women they were counselling, and if they wanted to go ahead, put them in touch with an abortionist, and then literally and metaphorically hold their hand through the process of terminating their pregnancy. But a little while after Martha Scott started counselling with Jane, she got pregnant herself.
And so I went to my gynecologist and I said, I really don't think I can do this, what would be 5th baby. And I said, can you do anything for me? And he said, no, but I think I can give you the name of someone who can help you. And he gave me the name of Jane.
And what was that like to go through the process from the other end?
It made me feel as though what we were doing was a good thing. Not a difficult procedure, some physical difficulties for a short period of time, a sense of being taken care of. And I thought, if this is the kind of experience that people are coming through, that's okay.
It wasn't easy to find someone to actually perform the abortions. Any doctor who did it ran the risk of prosecution and potentially prison. So when the group found an abortionist prepared to work with them regularly for a cheaper group rate, they developed a close relationship. They knew him as Mike.
Eventually, we discovered as a group, this person was not a doctor, though he had always been referred to as a doctor. And this made for 2 things. One, some people saying, I don't want to do this anymore. So the group got smaller. But it did this other thing of many of us saying, well, if he's not a doctor, how hard is this to do?
And so they started to learn to do abortions themselves in private houses and apartments all over Chicago.
It had a very different feel to it. It had the feel of, this is the way it should be, women helping women. And it also had the feel of, oh, what in the world are we doing out there?
Well, because I think a lot of people would be horrified by what you guys were doing, not just from a point of view of whether abortion is right or wrong, but also just because of the risks involved.
Yes, but we were very cautious. We had drugs that dealt with infection and techniques that dealt with excess bleeding. So I don't think we were foolish, but when you think about it in medical terms, we certainly overstepped the line. There's no 2 ways about that.
Demand for the Jane's services grew and grew, and so did Martha Scott's involvement.
And then at some point I was asked, was I interested in actually seeing the procedure and maybe being a hand holder? And so having done that, little by little, I was asked, did I want to try this first thing? Did I want to try this second thing? And over the course of a couple of months, I was actually doing abortions.
But in May 1972, they got busted after the sister-in-law of one of the women getting an abortion tipped off the police.
When the cops first came into where we were working, they spent a lot of time saying, well, where is the guy? Okay, where's the abortionist? Where's the guy? But of course, there wasn't any guy. There was just us.
Martha and 6 other members of Jane were arrested.
We spent a night in jail. A really politicizing experience, which I don't wish on anybody, but it tells you a thing or two. And then we were bailed out the next day. And lucky for us, before our court case came up, Roe v. Wade was decided.
The landmark court case Roe v. Wade in 1973 effectively legalized abortion across the US, making underground abortion networks like Jane redundant.
What was interesting to me is that when we went to court and our court case was dismissed, there was a woman there, a Hispanic woman, who also had been arrested for doing abortions, and her court case was dismissed, which made me think, we are not alone in this. This should have been legal a long time ago.
The group began to break up. Some of the Janes went on to run a Well Women clinic in Chicago, and many of them, including Martha Scott, are still campaigning for women's rights.
We were pretty ordinary folks, housewives and students, and some people were professional women. I remember one woman who joined the group was a banker, there was a woman who was a nurse, whatever. We were not exceptional in being particularly brave or particularly radical. We started out doing something that was important to do, and it radicalized us.
After every 9 months blue.
Martha Scott was speaking to me, Lucy Burns, for Witness History on the BBC World Service.
This is the BBC World Service, looking at the impact of COVID on working women in America.
I'm Netta Taufik, and I'll be discovering how some female entrepreneurs have adapted to the times.
We're very thankful that we were able to grow from it.
And if the crisis could spark changes in the U.S. economy.
This has laid bare this problem that women don't have access to childcare.
The Empty Desk, Women, COVID, and the U.S. economy.
Tuesday at 9:20 GMT. And in 30 minutes...
In Project 17, we hear about the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, the aim of creating a blueprint for a better future. We meet the Bangladeshi teenager Ruhani, who's likely to follow her mother into the garment industry. What kind of working life will she have?
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
To set out into the forest is to move away from the order of modern life, into a space that can be spellbinding, terrifying, and uplifting all at the same time. They can be places of desire and mystery.
There are witches there, and bandits, and fairies, and all of the things that we don't have room for in our ordinary, everyday, modern lives. That's where we put them.
They're spaces of conflict and protest, too.
All of our life, we wanted to protect our forests, and we didn't have the opportunity. Today is our opportunity. Don't deny us.
I'm Jessica J. Lee, and in Under the Canopy for The Compass, I want to explore forests all around the world, and their stories from folk tales, science, and conservation, and really immerse myself in the complicated feeling of being among the trees. Join me after the news from the BBC World Service.
BBC News. Hello, this is Jerry Smith. Red Cross research has laid bare the trauma suffered by young Syrians during 10 years of civil war. Of the 1,400 people surveyed, both in Syria and in exile in Lebanon and Germany, nearly half have had a close family member or friend killed. Sarah Al-Zakari, an ICRC spokeswoman in Beirut, says they face complex problems.
Many of them have now become excluded from a shrinking job market. The unemployment rate is high inside Syria, and also the opportunities outside, whether in Lebanon or Germany, is very complex and very competitive. And you have many other burdens such as language and integration and other things to think about as well.
Hundreds of soldiers in Myanmar have raided a railway workers' compound in Yangon, seeking to arrest those who've gone on strike against last month's coup. Many state rail employees joined a nationwide civil disobedience movement, radically slowing transportation. Here's Nick Marsh.
The army surrounded the compound in Yangon at about 6:30 in the morning. They blocked off all the exits and they essentially demanded that they go back to work. The videos that I've seen on social media show a lot of shouting, there's been waving of guns, intimidation, a kind of ominous build-up of troops around the compound. Some witnesses say that the workers' food supplies have been stolen. And it's one of these tactics that we're seeing more and more from the security forces. They pick an area or a bunch of resistors, almost arbitrarily. They block them off, encircle them, arrest them, terrorise them, assault them in some cases, and everyone sort of braces themselves for some kind of awful escalation.
Burmese police who fled across the border into India have told the BBC they left after refusing to follow the orders of the military. The officers said they feared being forced to kill or harm peaceful demonstrators. One said an army officer had ordered them to shoot at groups of more than 5 people. Russia says it's restricting the use of Twitter by slowing down the speed of the service. From Moscow, Steve Rosenberg reports.
Russia's state communications watchdog said Twitter had failed to remove banned content. More than 3,000 posts, it claimed, relating to child pornography, drugs and incitement to suicide As a result, the Russian authorities announced they are reducing the speed of Twitter on all mobile phones in Russia and half of non-mobile devices. The media watchdog delivered a warning too, that if Twitter fails to delete offending material, the social media platform could be blocked here. Russia recently introduced heavy fines for sites that refuse to remove banned content. And under a new law, the Russian authorities can restrict social media platforms which are considered to have discriminated against Russian media.
World News from the BBC. South Korea has outlined the terms of a deal it signed for US military forces to remain for at least 6 more years. Seoul said it had agreed to pay almost 14% more to host almost 30,000 US troops, raising its contribution towards the US bases to just over $1 billion a year. The Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan says the Army Chief of Staff has been relieved of his duties. The announcement came amid a tussle between the two men, each of whom has been demanding that the other quit. Rehan Dimitri reports.
A statement by the Prime Minister's office said that the chief of the Armenian army, General Onik Gasparyan, was now considered dismissed. It's been 2 weeks since Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan sent the order dismissing the general to Armenia's president, but the president refused to sign the document. By law, the dismissal comes into effect anyway, but it doesn't resolve the ongoing political crisis in the country. Nikol Pashinyan has been seeking to remove the army chief after he and more than 30 military commanders called for the Prime Minister's resignation. The Prime Minister called this intervention into Armenian politics an attempted military coup.
The Saudi women's rights activist Loujain al-Hathlul has said she's hoping that her sentence will be changed on the way to court for the second hearing in her appeal against a travel ban. Ms. Hathlul was released last month after almost 3 years in detention. She was tried and sentenced under Saudi Arabia's counter-terrorism laws on charges that UN human rights experts called spurious. Police in Egypt have arrested a man suspected of sexually abusing a child in Cairo after a wave of public outrage over the incident. The arrest came after CCTV images went viral. The footage shows a woman confronting a man outside her apartment after he appears to have molested a young girl at the building entrance. BBC News.
Let's go back to the forest again. I think, for me, as a biochemist and as a scientist, I think there is a deep limbic knowledge of the forest. You know, the forest came first. The forest took 400 million years, give or take a number of million years, to actually evolve into what we know as forest today. And man has not been around very long. Without the forest, there would be no human family. And I think there is that deep, deep limbic knowledge in us about that.
I'm Jessica J. Lee, and in Under the Canopy, a series for The Compass on BBC World Service, I'm exploring all the things a forest can be, from the terrifying to the beautiful to the comforting, to places lived and worked in for generations, and places unknown, seemingly wild and wonderfully disorienting. In the first part of the series, I explored the ways forests can capture our imaginations, in myths, fairy tales, and literature, the ways forests can open us up to our internal wilderness. This time, I want to ask what knowledge is at stake in the forest. What can we learn about resilience and threat, and how to live on a planet in crisis?
We get so much of what it takes to live a good life from the ocean and from the forest, and keeping track of the effects and building that knowledge through big expanses of time amount to our life, which is a very good life in terms of the Haida way of being and the Haida way of knowing.
Forests have played a range of roles in human stories across the world, and in recent decades we've seen a transformed scientific understanding of how forests function as communities and how they regulate so many of the processes on our planet. But of course, there are communities who've lived with and understood what sustains the land from soil to root all the way to the canopy.
I am Kilslai Kajisting. I'm from the Haida Nation, the ancient Haida Nation in the Northeast Pacific, off the northwest coast of North America. And my name is also Miles Richardson. Well, the forests are an integral part of life in Haida Gwaii. They're one of the essential orders of life that our role as humans is to respect them and to make sure that the balance of all of creation is maintained. Our people live in the last 10,000 years have lived between the ocean and the forests. We get many of the necessities of life from the forest, and we have a deep relationship. And then, the cedars arrived about 6,500 years ago. Before them was the pine, and then the spruce, and then the hemlock, and then the cedar, which gave a burst of ingenuity and vigor to our culture. It was such an amazing asset to use for longhouses, for canoes, for eating utensils, for storing food, for every aspect of life. It was amazing. Forests and trees are family. And, what befalls our forest befalls us as a people. The forest is an endless source of not only food, but herbs and medicines. And a lot of that knowledge of plants and medicines have been retained through our elders and through our oral traditions. And more recently, a lot of it has been written down, but still we're learning every day from being out there, from living on the land. There's much of it that's a work in progress.
Indigenous forest knowledge has for too long been ignored in policy, planning, and research. But there are scientists like Diana Beresford Kroger for whom a range of ways of knowing the forest play a vital role.
I live in Canada. I come from a family with extremely long lineage into the Celtic world. I have what's known as a Banshankas, that's called a pedigree of 3,000 years. As an orphan child in the south of Ireland, 22 women taught me all of the ancient knowledge of the ancient world of the huge civilization of the Celts. And I have some friends in Japan. One of them is a marine biochemist, Matsunaga is his name. And I came to the same conclusion in the south of Ireland at approximately the same time. The trees feed the oceans. They drop their leaves, they get rained on, and then they form humic acid. The humic acid, it goes into the water, it goes into the rivers, and then into the ocean. The humic acid on the land grabs iron and waltzes out into the ocean, and then it frees the iron into the water. And the ocean is very, very poor in iron. During the darkness hours, the hours of the moon, the iron is picked up by these extraordinary algae. Huge 200-foot columns. The names are wonderful. They're like a poem. Procacales, Camasiphonales, Nosticales, and they hold the iron close to their bosom, and it forms a catalyst for the manufacture of protein. That is the food feeding foundation of the oceans. For all fish, for all mammals. So to have a harmony between the seas and the land, you have to have forests. And in Japan, there is a very, very old saying: to catch a fish, you must plant a tree. And in Japan, the fishermen are now replanting the forests.
I find a kind of relief in stepping out of the day-to-day of work and smartphones and streaming. Standing beneath a tree a century or two older than me, it certainly puts things in perspective. Breathing slows, and I find my eyes actually relax. Instead of staring at my phone, I'm reaching with my gaze to the canopy and to the ground ahead. Human timescales begin to feel very small and all too quick. It seems perhaps obvious to say that going for a walk in the forest makes us feel good. Recent years have seen a lot of talk about Shinrin-yoku, forest bathing, which was developed as a practice of nature therapy. And while for many in the West, it's been dismissed as a kind of esoteric practice with spiritual overtones, Shinrin-yoku was actually developed in the 1980s in Japan, with a wealth of scientific research tracing its benefits. Dr. Ching Li is associate professor at the Nippon Medical School in Tokyo and president of the Japanese Society of Forest Medicine.
2/3 of the country is covered in forest with the huge diversity of trees.
So perhaps you could tell us a little bit, what exactly is forest bathing? What are we talking about when we speak about Shinrin-yoku?
Shinrin-yoku means bathing in the forest atmosphere through our senses. This is not exercise or hiking or jogging. It's simply being in nature, connecting with it through our sense of the sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. Shinrin-yoku reduces the symptoms of anxiety, depression, anger, fatigue, and confusion. Reduce the stress and stress hormone, such as adrenaline and cortisol.
Wonderful. You've talked about the reduction of cortisol, and we've also read a little bit about the impact of forest bathing on, say, impeding the development of cancers or other diseases. Is this really true? And can you tell us how?
Yes, it's true. Because forest bathing can increase anti-cancer proteins, such as perforin, granzymes, and granulation, which can kill tumor cells. Therefore, Shinrin-yoku may prevent the development of cancers. I have a lot of data about this.
That's very well proven. So well proven that in Germany, some universities are now educating trainers for forest bathing. 5 years ago, we would have said, oh no, that's esoteric. What are they doing? That's a university?
Peter Wolleben trained as a forester in the west of Germany, becoming expert in raising and felling plantation trees, a job he now likens to butchery. But years ago, when he noticed how an old stump was supporting the growth of all the trees around it, he began to ask questions. Now he's become one of the most influential voices in our understanding of forests as connected communities rather than collections of single trees battling for resources.
As a forester, I learned that trees compete, that they fight for water, for space, for light, for everything. And then I realized, oh no, it's vice versa. It's, the trees are cooperating. And they support even weak neighbors to strengthen them and to keep the whole system of the forest alive. And that changed everything.
I mean, you read about that really poignantly, this finding of what you thought was a rock, right?
Yeah.
Covered in moss, and it was actually a stump of this old tree. When you discovered that, had you already sort of been familiar with some of the research that was going on, or...?
Yeah, I knew what's going on, but I then started to think, there's something wrong with my knowledge about trees. The main principle of forest ecosystems worldwide is that this is a social life that is mainly dominated by support, by cooperation, and as soon as humans, as foresters, as woodworkers come in, then they destroy this community, and every tree has to fight on its own.
This idea of interconnectedness among trees has become known as the Wood Wide Web, a world-shifting idea in the words of writer Robert Macfarlane. Though much of the science is built on is very recent, thanks largely to Canadian scientist Suzanne Simard in the 1990s, the first inklings of the theory began to appear in Germany at the end of the 19th century.
My name's Merlin Sheldrake, and I'm a biologist and author of a book called Entangled Life: How Fungi Make Our Worlds, Change Our Minds, and Shape Our Futures. The word mycorrhiza was coined in the 1880s by a visionary German botanist called Albert Frank, who suggested that the fungi that many had observed living on plant roots were not parasitic, as had previously been thought, but were actually beneficial to the plant, behaving as a wet nurse, Frank said, that enabled the nourishment of the plant from the soil. And so, in the 1960s, it was shown that material could pass from one plant to another. And this research was picked up again in the 1980s. And then in the 1990s, it was finally shown that you could have a meaningful transfer of material, of carbon, from one plant to another in a field setting. And this work really changed the direction of research within mycorrhizal sciences. And this gave rise to the idea of the Wood Wide Web. The Wood Wide Web being the idea that plants can be linked together through shared mycorrhizal connections, which can mediate the transfer of chemicals, whether nutrients or signaling compounds, between different plants.
According to Peter Wolleben, it's possible to study these connections to discern a kind of familial relationship in forests.
So a tree tries to keep its family healthy. First, trees connect via its roots. And in the root tips, there are brain-like structures and brain-like processes going on. And with those root tips, trees are able to detect whether neighboring trees are family members, if little trees, saplings, are their own children. And then you see a support. For example, mother trees are also reducing water consumption in the area of their saplings, so that in a dry summer, the saplings can survive easier. We have a new research from Germany that shows that mother trees take the water from deeper layers in the ground because the saplings have not that long roots, so they use the upper layers of the ground, and the mother trees save this water in these layers for their saplings. To top this, we have a communication system among trees, and so far scientists have discovered around about 800, let's say, words how trees exchange news about bug attacks. When a bark beetle bites in the bark, that causes a pain, a real pain, which is reflected in the tree, and the tree not just try to defend the bark by pumping poison substances in the bark, but also give signals through the root system, electrical signals, like in our nerve system, about this attack. Because that lasts so long, a tree also gases out a substance, a smell, which says exactly the same. Keep attention, a bark beetle is attacking, it's this and this species, and the surrounding tree, and you can measure that, they also prepare by pumping poison substances in their leaves and their bark. So the whole system is reacting because one of the member recognizes a danger, for example.
So in terms of how we think about it, then, we need to change not just our time scale, which is perhaps much slower and longer when it comes to trees, but also you speak about trees and forests as communities, as social beings, right? You speak about them as families.
Yeah, and that seems a little bit like I'm using too much anthropomorphic terms, but that's crazy because trees are on this planet more than 300 million years. And we are here since 300,000 years. And we think, hey, that's really strange that trees are behaving like us. No, it's vice versa. We are behaving like trees.
So thinking about a forest quite literally means seeing beyond the trees, getting on the ground beneath it and amongst the life that thrives beneath our feet. You know, looking down now, I'm standing on a bed of clay and, fallen oak leaves, and it's just strewn with dead wood, covered in life, covered in fungi and moss. There's so much going on here. When you were young, were you equally as fascinated by the soil, by fungi, by everything that we're not necessarily seeing when we think of a forest and think only of trees, for example?
Oh yes, I was interested in the soil, I was interested in things that rotted. I used to make piles of leaves in the autumn and lie inside them and smell them, and this smelt of leaf mold and rot. And I used to dig holes in the garden. I had a hole that I worked on for years, actually. So I think there's always been some concern of mine to find out more about what's happening under the ground, and a sense, perhaps an intuitive sense, that the soil was a living place, that this wasn't just some dead matrix.
Could you tell us a little bit about why a forest needs fungi and why they're actually essential to our understanding of what a forest is?
Fungi have played a key part in the evolution of land plants. To this day, all plants depend on the fungi that live inside their roots and extend out into the soil, or endophytic fungi that live inside their leaves and their shoots and help defend them from disease. So when we think about a forest, we have to think about all the ways that the visible bodies of these plants that we can see and touch are supported by the less visible fungi that support their growth, support their health, can kill plants as well as keep them alive, explore the soil and harvest and forage for nutrients which they then send back to their plant partners in return for sugars and lipids from the plant, and that can connect different plants together and through which compounds, signaling molecules might pass between different plants. So forests are just as much fungal places as plant places.
In the forest, all is not exactly as it seems. And as much as ideas like the Wood Wide Web help us understand the role of fungi in forest communities, metaphors are rarely perfect for the complexity of the living world.
So the Wood Wide Web is a really helpful term because it's vivid and immediately communicates the idea of interconnection. But there's problems too. It makes it seem that the plants are equivalent to the routers that make up the internet, and the fungi are the cables that link these routers together. It renders the fungi passive. This isn't an accurate representation of what's going on in a forest, because every link in a Wood Wide Web is a fungus with a life of its own, although they are, of course, coupled to the plants that sustain them. So the Wood Wide Web is a plant-centric metaphor. And there are fungi that live in the bodies of animals as well. And the most grisly of these are fungi that infect the bodies of insects and then control insect behavior. The most well-studied example is a fungus called Ophiocordyceps, which infects carpenter ants. And when it grows into ants' bodies, it can override ants' instincts to stay low to the ground in the relative safety and compel them to climb up the nearest plant in a syndrome known as summit disease. And at a certain optimum height for the fungus to fruit, it forces the ant to clamp its jaws around a leaf vein in what's called a death grip. And then at that point, it kills the ant and sprouts a stalk out of its head from which it rains down spores on unfortunate ants passing below. And it's astonishing behavior because the fungus is really in control of the ant's body. You can think of this as a fungus in ant's clothing. So within a forest, there are all sorts of interactions going on. There are interactions which are mutually beneficial, and there are interactions like the ant and the Ophiocordyceps which are definitely not beneficial to one of the parties involved. And forests are made up of a constant chorus of all these types of interaction. And so when we're thinking of how to understand forests, a narrative diversity is important. The helpful thing, I think, is to allow ourselves to use different metaphors that emphasize different aspects of a forest and the process which is a forest, the event which is a forest.
Forests invite a multiplicity of stories and ways of knowing, from the scientific to the intergenerational, from the voices of those who most intimately study the forests above and below ground, to those of the communities who've grown with forests and rely on them for their livelihoods. That the Wood Wide Web is, an idea that has only recently taken hold is a reminder that there's still so much to be learned.
Nature isn't a machine. That's exactly what nature isn't. You can just scratch on the surface. We are a very, very young species. I don't know if trees are even aware of us.
We know very, very, very little about trees. We know that they're essential for life, but the biodiversity within trees is extraordinary, and we need to maintain that. We are going to have diseases going into the future that we are going to go to the forest to get the answers for. The bacteriophages in the forest floor, we don't even understand the numbers, let alone the quality and kind of bacteriophages are in there. And they're the things that strike down viruses. If you had the proper bacteriophage for the COVID-19 virus right now, we could stop it in its tracks right now. In my mind, the forest leads the way because it's a unifying thing. A tree will not say, oh my goodness, you're a this or you're a that. I'm not going to give aerosols to you. There's democracy behind all of that. So I like that.
Next time, we'll ask how we can have hope on a planet where we're losing many of our forests, and ask what we can learn from places that are working to restore their forests. Under the Canopy was presented by me, Jessica J. Lee, and produced by Jeff Bird for the BBC World Service.
And online now you can find videos, animations and programmes, including Under the Canopy, about the world's amazing trees and the people trying to save them. We ask, could vertical forests improve our cities, and can we build houses from living trees? Go to bb.com/compass and view the Amazing Trees playlist by searching for BBC World Service on YouTube. You're listening to the BBC World Service.
Thought we were going to be in lockdown for 2 or 3 weeks. Who would have known?
I teach from my computer.
Not to go out of the house.
In our changing world, we bring you updates and an in-depth look at the technology that's shaping it.
So successful. That it started to stretch the limits.
Fuel from fish guts, a bus powered by the remains of coffee grains.
The algorithms that are running our lives, how this affects our bodies, our identity.
Tech. Across the BBC World Service.
5 years ago, global leaders created 17 Sustainable Development Goals to inspire countries to build a better future. 5 years on, how is it going? We have asked 17 17-year-olds to tell us whether their world is changing for the better. Today, we are joining Rouhani in Bangladesh to find out if her country can provide everyone with a good job. That's Project 17 after the news.
BBC News with Jerry Smith. New research published by the International Red Cross has revealed the trauma suffered by young Syrians during 10 years of civil war. 2/3 of people surveyed have had to leave their homes, and nearly half have had a close family member or friend killed. In Myanmar's biggest city, Yangon, the security forces have raided a residential compound of railway workers who've gone on strike. Images of the raid on social media show workers being forced back to work at gunpoint. Burmese police, who've fled across the border into India, have told the BBC they left after refusing to follow orders from the military. One said he'd been told to shoot at groups of more than 5 people. Russia says it's restricting the speed of Twitter. The state regulator said the service was being slowed down because of what it called the platform's failure to comply with Russian law. It's widely used by supporters of the jailed Russian opposition figure Alexei Navalny. The Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan says the army chief, General Onik Gasparyan, has been relieved of his duties. There's been a power struggle between the two men, with each demanding that the other quit. President Armen Sarkisyan has twice refused to dismiss the general. South Korea has signed a deal allowing the US military to remain for at least another 6 years. Seoul said it had agreed to pay almost 14% more to host some 30,000 US troops. American forces have been in South Korea since the war with the North in the 1950s. Lou Jane Al-Hathlul, the Saudi women's rights activist who was released from captivity last month, says she's hoping that her sentence will be changed. She was speaking on her way to a second appeal hearing against a travel ban. BBC News.
You are listening to the BBC World Service. I'm Sana Safi. This is Project 17. 5 years ago, the United Nations announced a radical plan to change the world. Global leaders drew up a list of what it called Sustainable Development Goals, 17 of them in total, to create a blueprint for a better future. Goals like gender equality, access to clean water, and a good education. For me, growing up in Afghanistan and now working as a journalist, reporting on stories from around the world, I know how these basic rights are still only a dream for many people. So 5 years on since the UN set its targets, is our world becoming a better place? We are heading to 17 countries to meet 17 17-year-olds, to see if their lives are really changing. Today, we are in Bangladesh for goal number 8, decent work and economic growth. This program was recorded before the COVID pandemic.
My name is Ruhani Akhtar. I'm 17.
My name is Ruhani Akhtar. I'm 17. I'm using my foot to press the foot pedal, and at the same time, my hand turns the wheel on the side. I'm at the children's center right now, where I have been in training to learn how to tailor clothes. I can sew petticoats, salwar kameez, blouse and shirts.
Rohani has been learning to sew at a Child Hope UK centre in Bangladesh's capital Dhaka, as she's getting ready to enter the job market. The centre also provides free childcare for younger kids whose mothers are working in the garment factories.
These are mostly all children of garment sector workers. My mom also works in Bangladesh's textile industry. When I was young, my mom didn't work in the factory then, so she looked after me. After we moved to Dhaka from the village, when I was about 7, she started working very long hours. They were so long that she had to try and switch jobs. My dad helped with the cooking when she was at work. Later, I could do it myself.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K.
Sometimes I feel lonely. I have some relatives here in the city, but not as many as back in the village. There are so many green paddy fields to look at there. Here is just dust and pollution. You wake up in the village and feel good. Here is just construction. I went to school until I was 16. My mom went to school too, but I don't know for how long. She can just write her name. My mom is neither happy or sad about her working life. But I want to work so that my mom doesn't have to.
I am Fahmida Khatun. I am an economist from Bangladesh. Bangladesh economy is doing quite well. If you look over the last 3-4 decades, Bangladesh economy growth is accelerating, and every decade has actually given 1% of more growth. So at this point in time, that is in fiscal year 2018 and 19, Bangladesh achieved a growth rate of 8.13%, which is one of the highest in the world. So in terms of achieving global goals, SDG 8, which talks about higher growth rate, there's every chance that Bangladesh will achieve that target.
The UN target for growth is 7% for developing countries, to be reached by the next decade. Bangladesh has managed to achieve this largely due to its textile industry.
I don't know much, but since I started learning some tailoring and sewing skills, I think if I tried to get a job in this field, I might get one. But at the moment, I don't have any plans to go into a garment factory like my mom. I want to buy my own sewing machine and work from home.
Because of higher economic growth, the poverty level has also declined, and the number of people below poverty line has declined significantly. For example, in 1991, 44% of the people used to live below poverty line, and that has declined to 13% in 2019, which is really remarkable for a country like Bangladesh.
Welcome to my home. There is a fan in the room, a TV on the side, a bed. This is where we eat, chairs, clothes storage. 3 of us, my mom, my sister, and me, sleep on the bed, and my father sleeps on the floor. I spend the day cleaning, keeping the room clean. I watch TV. I like watching cartoons and quizzes. This is my dad.
Abdul Jalil. I'm a rickshaw driver. Ruhani wants to do tailoring work if she can get a sewing machine and maybe look to see if she can do that. She has been talking about getting this machine. It would be good if she can do that from home or in a local shop. Maybe then she can start contributing to the family. But I don't want her to go into the garment factory.
Bangladesh is the second largest exporter of textiles after China. Now, the ready-made garments is basically clothes made by Bangladeshi workers, which are exported to the world market. So that has actually a lot of contribution, both in terms of creation of employment, particularly for women from the villages, and also it is a biggest source for foreign exchange income for the country. And this sector, the textile sector, is the source of employment for 4 million people. And out of that, over 60% are women. Initially, they were 80% of the total laborers. And also in terms of social empowerment of the women. When a woman earns, it is likely that they spend on the family's welfare, they spend on their children's education, on their children's health. So the overall family welfare increases because of women's income, and the ready-made garments or the textile sector has been one